Are we live? Okay. Stream preview says yes. Ooh, damn! Reef coming in, even before anything else gets set up. Welcome in, Reef. Welcome, welcome. Boa tarde, mestre Dona João, by the boa tarde, boa tarde. Damn, you came in even before Sari bought. That is impressive. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope we're doing good. Hello, hello. Man, that was fast. That was the fastest trigger in the West. I finally won. That's the spirit. All right, let me just run these ads real quick. Yeah, you finally won. Got in before the machine. Incredible, incredible. Hi, Rhiannon. Welcome in, everybody. I hope everybody's doing good today. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, let's just get these ads out of the way. I usually have to run ads at the very beginning, so yeah, it's a bit of a stinker, but you know, as thou must. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I hope everybody's doing good today. Hope y'all are having a nice Thursday. Hope everything is going well. Cause yeah, I sure know I need to fix these bugs. These bugs cannot be allowed to stand. They are not, you know. It's not permissible to have these bugs in the game. Hi, Fire. Welcome, welcome. That Laura Ipsum is making me remember WordPress. Yeah, I really need to get that out of there. The whole menu thing is still needs a bit of a sweep. It's not final by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, it definitely needs a bit of, and this is too bulky too. I feel like this part here up here is a bit too bulky. I want to unbulk it a little bit in the future. But yeah, we'll see. When WordPress was not 70% of the internet. That's true. Yeah, WordPress caught on very quickly. Were the resource piles behaving when you left the stream yesterday? Yes, the resource piles themselves were okay, but now I've got a new problem happening where you know, I do have, I can show you a little bit of what's happening. I'm gonna set a few people to work here just to showcase. So you've got people working, right, like this. And then villagers start carrying the resources over to this corner right here. I've set up an area at the beginning of the game because I don't have a way to set it up in this corner. So I set it up here automatically at the beginning. And they are carrying stuff well, you know. Stuff is being put in the corner, which is good. That's exactly what we wanted. But there comes a point, and I don't know why yet. I need to figure that one out. There comes a point where even though they have space in the piles that already exist, they decide to create new ones. And I am trying to figure out why that's happening. So you can see, you know, they're carrying stuff and it's still just the same 3 old piles, but suddenly this wood pile has 60 units left of space. So you could still fit 60 wood units here, but somehow the villager decided to create a new pile next to it, which is weird. I don't know why it's doing that. I need to figure out why. So yeah, that's going to be the first order of business today, is figure out why this is happening. But yeah, other than that, yeah, it's going pretty well. The villagers are carrying here. Everything is being set up sort of correctly. It still needs a few tweaks, but yeah, most of the stuff is already well underway, which is pretty nice. Yeah. But so yeah, they are kind of behaving. I just need to figure out why this is happening. This is a big problem. Also, there's another thing I need to fix, but that's not a bug per se. I know why that's happening. After a while, if there are no resources nearby, they just stop. And that's because I am only searching in the space where they are at. And if they don't find anything, they just stop dead in their tracks. So I need to, you know, increase their radius of doing stuff, I suppose. So yeah. Good afternoon, Chad. Jay. Welcome in, Fire. Welcome in. Sweep. Exactly. I need, yeah, this whole UI needs a bit of a sweep. This was just a proof of concept. It's not that bad in terms of a starter, but I do need to make this a bit more interesting. It's still not quite there. It needs a bit more texture. Otherwise, it just looks too plain, you know? It looks too fabricated. It doesn't feel like actual stone, right? Almost feels more like cement more than stone. I need to, add more stuff to it. But, I'll get over it. Yeah. Just one new problem. That's progress. True. I mean, I managed to get this thing working, which was pretty big. But yeah, I need to figure out why they're doing new piles. Yeah, you see? There are now 3 piles here, none of which are full. All of them are just standing there, and I don't know why. So I need to figure that one out. I don't know why they're creating new piles. So I need to see what the heck's going on. But I didn't have time yesterday before the stream ended. So yeah, gotta fix that one. Gotta get that done. Gotta do some debugging. That's what we're gonna start with today. Some heavy debugging. All right, let me just, because the ads are over. Let me just post the announcements so we can get that out of the way. So, I need to mute you first. So mute, post, and post, and post. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. The posting has been completed. So yeah, this should be a fairly easy thing to figure out, hopefully. I am hopeful that that's going to be the case. I don't know what's going to happen, though. I'm very much... I don't have a slight clue as to why this is happening, and I need to figure out why. So yeah, that's going to be the first starter bit for today, is figuring out exactly why they're creating new piles when there's just a pile right there that they could, use very easily. So, in a few minutes, I'll get started. I'll just let some people come in, and I'll get started after that. Hiya, Julian. Welcome. Hi. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. How's it going? Doing good. Hopefully you're doing good too. Yeah, just as I was explaining, I have a bit of a bug here that I want to fix because I want to move on. I want to do new stuff. I want to... get this area. This is a drop-off area right here. You don't see it because there's no visuals yet, and I want to do that. I'm excited to just do a little bit of visuals on top of this, just to signify that there's a resource drop-off point here. It's gonna be nice. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. But before, I want to fix these problems first because these are more important. The visuals can come afterwards. It's a nice thing to have, but it's better to just get the stuff in. Yeah. And I need to figure out what that bug is. It's going to be an interesting thing. But welcome in. Okay, I believe both posts are made. I'm just going to check because sometimes... Okay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good to go. Yeah. We're just going to wait a few more minutes, maybe a minute and a half more. And then I'll get started on fixing this because there's a lot to do. See, the problem, they stop here, for example. This villager right here, I don't think it's ever going to carry stuff anymore because it's just standing here at night and the night passes, right? And when dawn comes, it's just going to stick around unless it is forced to carry stuff, which it seems like that's the case, which is good. But if they... if they're here, right? If they're in the square over, in the chunk over, they don't know that this area exists, so they don't carry anything. That's going to be another thing that I need to fix. But that one, I do know what the problem is. It's just, I just search for the thing. I just search for the chunk where they're at for areas. I don't search for anywhere else. So that's why they're not finding it. But that one, I do know it's a problem and how to fix it. This one, I don't know yet. I'm going to have to do some deep debugging to find out. Welcome in, Kodacula. Welcome in. Hello. And lurk away. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Yeah, I can get started in a bit. Yeah, I'll just get started. So given that, I'm going to start with a debug session. I only have this up just, because I like showcasing how the game is at the beginning of the stream. But I'm actually going to run a debug session for this because, I kind of want to see what the heck is going on. Something is going on, and I don't know what it is. So time to figure it out. Do I still have the breakpoint from yesterday? I don't know if I do. Oh, I do. Okay, it's this. So this is where I create a new pile. This is the moment where these new piles are getting created. And I'm trying to go back and figure out, why that's happening. Why is it doing this, even though there's a perfectly good usable pile here that they could add on to, right? It's not supposed to happen. So I'm going to try to figure that one out. Okay, let me close this before I get confused, because sometimes, when sometimes I run the game through Godot and then I run the game through debug and I get confused which one is which. So I better close that before, some stuff happens. 10 minutes in, we're already coding. Jay is mocking it. I mean, I just want to get this stuff done because I thought that I had this idea that this would have been a thing I'd take, I don't know, a few hours to do, but it's taking me so much more and it's kind of delaying me. I want to do some other stuff, I want to do visuals. I want to make some nicer stuff. Okay. So the first time this is going to happen, it's going to happen 3 times because I'm doing 3 kinds of resources. So those are fair, right? 1, 2, 3 piles, 1 for each resource. That's fair. That's valid. Problem is, I'm going to run a few times. And this doesn't happen always, which is what I find really interesting. It doesn't happen all the time. And I think I know why. I think I know exactly why. So, okay. I just stopped at the specific moment here. And I believe I know why that's happening. Or I have a hunch. I have a hunch as to why that's happening. But let's see what's going on here. So for the villager to create a new pile instead of using an old one, that means let's see. If it's creating a new pile, is because it didn't find a resource that it could put on one of these piles right here. But why not? That doesn't make any sense. So let's figure out why. I made quite a few variables. I made this specifically very underperforming, just so that I could have a bunch of variables that I could look up when I got to this point. Okay. This is the lookup when it's trying to find piles that already exist. Now, this thing didn't find anything. And I think I know why. See, I'm going to put this to the test because I believe I can fix both problems I have right now with just one thing. Yeah, I just realized it. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. So, okay, I'm going to do it in real time just so you guys see what the heck's going on. I'm going to run it in real time because I figured out what the problem is. It's so easy. It's so stupid. Let's do it, Jay. I'm hyping you up. Thank you so much, Fire. Okay, so here's what's happening, or what I believe is happening. And I am going to make my test and see if it's true. But I believe this is what's happening. So I'm going to put same things like always. I make 3 kinds of resource gatherers, and they're all gathering their resources and all that. I don't know where the herb gatherer is. It's probably underneath these trees or something. I don't know. I don't know where they're at. But okay. What? Solved already? Stream done? Demo later today? Not exactly. But I'm getting closer and closer. So another step into having the demo ready. Okay, I just want to know. I want to see where the herb gatherer is. Oh, there she is. Okay, so here's what I think is happening. Remember when I said that, the villagers only look on the chunk they're at? I am going to take every bit of resource out of the chunk where they're at. All of it. Nothing is going to be here. Nothing. So they're going to be forced to search for resources outside of the chunk where they're at. And that means that all the resources are going to come out of the chunk where the carriers are initially. So let's see. I'm going to do the first turn. So first turn is going to happen like normal. There's no piles here, so they have to create new piles for all the resources that they've gathered, right? First time works like a charm. Now, the herb villager, is outside of the chunk right now. It's not on the original chunk. See, there's a new herb pile. I do it again. You see? So what I believe is happening here is they're creating new piles because they haven't found the original piles, because they're outside of the chunk where those piles are. So because they don't find any, they just decide, oh, okay, so let's create a new one. So I believe I can fix both my problems, the problem of them not finding, the piles to add to, and this problem of them creating new piles every time by doing that, by just searching a bit wider than I usually do, which I'll have to do some code for, but that's okay. I already have some code for this. It's probably a bit easier if I just do that instead, because over here, I think it's this one, I already have part of that code here already. I already did something similar here. What I do is I start off with the position where the character is at, right? And then if I don't find anything, I add in the neighbors. And that's it. So I'm going to take this code, I'm going to make it a bit more generic, and I'm going to use it in more than one place. That's it. So instead of doing all of this, and also sort it, there's that too. What I don't want is this, because what this code does is basically it searches for entities of a certain type given a filter, which is this. This is my filter. And it only returns one entity. But what I want here is to return several. So instead of filtering it here, which is what I'm doing with this bit of code, what I want to do is to actually just sort them and return the filter. So let's do that. I am going to copy this code and I'm going to change it a little bit. Just a little bit. Try get entities. This is going to change a little bit. Also, this will need to be part of the interface, so we're fixing that, but that's fine. Okay, so this is the actor that's going to interact with it. I don't know if I need this per se, but okay. This is the region position. This one is important because this might be useful. I'm gonna keep everything and then I'll only delete it at the end, but we'll see. So target match. This is our filter. Let's call it filter. I think filter is a better word for it. Now, the pattern of interaction. This basically tells you how the character should interact with the entity. But we're not going to do that just yet. This part is going to be deleted. And this is what we're going to return. Also, I want this because instead of returning all of this, I want an collection of entity data that I can then add on to. So results. And the position interaction, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to actually split it apart. And then we'll do that. The pattern of interaction is not going to be important for this one specifically, so we're going to leave that out. But I do want to have a method that, given a certain entity, I want to have I wanted to give me the position to interact with, but I don't have that yet, so we're not going to do that. Our results are going to get cleared at the beginning. Might not be initialized. Oh no, this is not out. That's the thing. Yeah, this is not out. Okay. Miguel, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello, haven't been here forever. I'm super curious as to how the project is going nowadays. Well, yeah, it's going pretty well. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, I mean, visually, it hasn't seen a lot of changes. I can show you a little bit of how it is right now, but visually, it hasn't had a lot of changes. It's just a lot of under the hood things so that the game works a bit better. I'm currently working on resource management. So right now, villagers can carry stuff over to places of storage. I got a little place of storage right here in the corner. It's not visible yet, but yeah. Now when villagers gather resources, other villagers will go in and move stuff over here. So yeah. See, they create new piles here of stuff. Yeah, yeah. I'm slowly adding in stuff that, you know, that helps make the villagers be more active and doing all those sorts of things. But I'm actually fixing a bug right now because sometimes these piles don't work as expected. So I'm trying to fix that. That's what I'm doing right now. Or trying to, at least. Or trying to. Okay. Oh, right. If this, I want to throw an exception here. Because I've come to realize that failing silently is not good. Let's do argument, not argument. Is it an argument exception? I never know what to pick, sincerely. Let's do an argument exception. I never know what kind of exceptions to throw at most times. So we'll just go with this. Sure, that'll do. Okay. So coordinate lookup, we're gonna clear it and we're gonna add the first position where the characters are. Because our searches are based on the meta position, the chunk position, not the actual position where they're at. It's easier that way because I'm sorting all entities per chunk, basically. So distance lookup, that's also fine. I believe this distance lookup is, yeah, this is it. But I don't want it to be here. Is this used for anything? I don't think this is even used throughout this method. Why is this being cleared here? Oh, because I was probably using it here somewhere. Was I? It's not. No, what? No, I just went this bit. This thing is never used. Why is this here? And why am I clearing it? Okay, let's take it out of here. That's fine. Get that out of the way. Okay. So this entity distance lookup, that's not exactly what we want specifically. We're going to do something a little different here. We could just add that in, to be fair. Yeah, we don't need that specifically, actually. But okay, we'll figure that out. First, I want to do the basics. All right, so for each chunk, we get the chunk at the coordinates. If it doesn't exist, we throw an exception. We don't continue. Now this one, I don't know what kind of exception we should make. Let me see. Okay, you know what? We'll just throw an exception. That's it. And I'll figure this out later. I just want to stop failing silently, because sometimes failing silently just makes me confused. You know, I'd rather it just blow in my face. These errors blow up in my face, and I'm not just there thinking, oh, but everything is working fine, when it's not. It's just something happened and I didn't figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna get the entities at the world position. Now I need to add in the entities. I need some sort of way here. Let me see. Bool include deferred. Let's do that. Because if include deferred is on, I also want to add the deferred positions. So it would be something like, where was it? Up here. This thing. So we're going to do that. Not exactly that, but we'll figure that one out. Okay. And we're going to add that. Do I add that or do I? Oh, I do add. Okay. So just add it to our entity lookup. Okay. That's good. That's what we want. Okay. If we include deferred. If we don't include deferred, then we just keep the other ones. That's fine. Okay. Now, for every entity that we find, because we have found a few entities, so, you know, we're going to filter it. I don't know how this filter needs to include the actor, but maybe it should. Yeah, maybe it should. That's fine. Now, right. Okay. This should not be here. This should be something that I check on the filter if I want to. So we're going to get that out of here. Now, the entity itself needs to have a position component. Otherwise, this is all for naught. And since I don't know what exception to throw, I'll just do this. I'll just throw a random exception. I don't care. And I'll do this later. Eventually, it's just switching the exception type. It's fine. Now, here I am checking the distance directly and putting that into my lookup. But I don't want it to be this way. I feel like this is not strictly needed unless, let me think. Yeah, if I do it like this, it's a bit easier. I don't have to do so many calculations. So maybe, yeah, maybe that would be the best way to go. So I'm checking the distance to the target or to this entity, and I'm adding it to a list, including the entity itself and the distance to that entity itself, right? So that's it. Now, let me see. I don't remember exactly. Do I just do this forever? I think I do. Yeah, because I am checking for the neighbors here, and I just do that. Yeah. Hiya, John Stripe. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Lurk and very bon coding. Well, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. And Lurk away. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm basically looking for all the neighbors, adding those to the list of coordinates to look for, and then just continue on this process until I find every entity with this filter, right? That's the gist. And then I sort these by distance. So what I want to do then, after I do this, after I do the whole sorting, I want to go at my results for each in our entity distance lookup. So entity lookup. I'm going to add it to results. And that's it. So these results are going to be filtered by distance. And I'll be able to search throughout the whole thing. Hi, Starter. Welcome, welcome. Hello and lurk. Well, hello, and lurk away. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome in, welcome in. So now I have a list of everything next to me. I need to pull this up. Pull members up. Yes. Okay. So that means that now I can go over here to my previous code up here. And instead of doing all of this, I just need, I don't need any of that. This entity filter and this sorting, right? I don't need to do any of it because the method is already doing that for me. So let's see here. I can just replace all of this code. Try get entities. So the actor is going to be actor. The start region position is going to be the actor's position. So that would be, do I already have, yeah, it's right here. Actor, component position, dot position region. The include deferred, I want to include deferred in this case. The filter, now the filter is going to be this. This is my filter. So let's just do it right here. This is my filter. I want all entities whose life cycle is not disabled. So if life cycle is disabled, we return false. If it doesn't have a storage component, we also don't want it, so we return false in this case as well. If it is full, we return false. We don't care about full piles because they're full. We're not going to add anything to them. And the pile itself needs to allow items in. So if it doesn't do that, then we also return false. If all of these pass, then that's what we want. These are the kind of things that we want. So, okay, there's our filter. And finally, we need our results, I believe. Yes. So here, we're just going to do entity filter. That's it. Cool. And there we go. Our entity filter is complete. What is this? Incompatible anonymous function signature. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Because I believe this is based on the actor and the entity itself. Okay. I need an actor here. So let's do actor candidate. Let's do that. And let's put candidate here. Eventually I can use this actor to figure out if I can have access to it. You know, if there is a way for me to access this pile, but I don't have that yet. So I'm just going to leave that like this. That's fine. Okay. Now our entity filter is complete. We don't need this anymore. This is all useless at this point. We can just get rid of it. Because what we need is this entity filter. This is the main basis of everything. Now, the destination for the candidate, this is going to be, this is going to be the resource storage that we want. And then we need to find our initial bit. And that means finding a pile that, you know, wants stuff out that has the same resource ID, or rather that it has the same resource. Still not disabled. It has to be a resource pile and it cannot be reserved. So if someone is taking stuff out of this pile, this is not exactly true, by the way. I just made it this way because it's simpler right now to do it like this, but eventually I want piles to be able to be manipulated by more than one person if it's possible. Say, for example, that a person can only carry 20 logs at a time and the pile has 40 logs, right? I should be able to have 2 villagers carry that whole pile, each of them carrying 20, right? So yeah, that's it, basically. Okay. Given that, I believe this is going to fix both our problems. I believe this is going to fix both our problems. Let me see. This is different. This is kind of different. Right. If we get to this point, so we found a pile that we can add to, and we found an origin. Cool, right? That's what we do. If none of this happens, then that means that we'll need to find a place to put a new pile, which is what it's happening here. I'm trying to find an area that allows this pile to be created. And if I find one, then cool. If I don't find one, we just leave. There's nothing we can do. If there's no piles to carry, or, if all piles are filled up, or there's no place to put new piles, there's nothing to carry. So we just don't do this anymore. But if we did find a pile or an area to add to, we're going to create a new one, a new pile. Because remember, if we got to this point, that means that there is no pile to add to. The piles are all full, basically. Right? So if we got down to this point, then that means we have to create a new pile. And we create it, and we add stuff to it. And that is it, right? That should be it. Now, is that going to fix it? I don't know. We're going to find out. And I need to catch up with chat because I haven't looked at chat in a bit. Hiya, Nex. Welcome, welcome. Nex is breaking it down, cutting the rug, shaking those hips. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Nex. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. I'm so rusty in my coding. Nothing makes sense. What exactly doesn't it make sense? Oh, and thank you for the stream streak, Nex. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. Simp. Look at my shiny badge. Yeah, you got that badge. I saw it yesterday when I closed stream. It actually showed that it actually showed the thing. Yeah, it's too long of a story. I'm just rusty. That's okay. That's okay. That it's always something that you can brush up on if you have the time and the patience. But yeah, sometimes it's rough. But don't worry about it. You'll be fine. You'll get back to it if you want to. No problem at all. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. I think it does, but you never know with this code. This code is the devil. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's a great start. What's happening here? What? I think I know it. Okay, give me a second. Because, okay, this might not need to throw an exception. Because, yeah, okay. This one can't be. Because that's the thing. I might be looking for chunks that exist, but they haven't been created yet. So I need to just, that one needs to continue for now. For now, ooh, that's a big lake. Wow, that is the largest lake I think I've seen this world generator do, actually. God dang. It's even got some deep spots. Look at that. That's pretty sweet. All right. Moment of truth. Let's see if that fixed the thing. Okay. I am purposefully going to delete everything from the original bit because I want to force the villagers to just... Okay, that's cool. That's real cool. I didn't want to do that, but all right. That's real cool right there. I deleted the villager because I'm an idiot. That's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna open up a space because I want to make sure that they have to be out of the chunk to get the resource. I want to make absolutely sure that these things, that they have to branch out of the chunk. They have to go beyond these statues for this to be fixed. Let's see. Okay, our carriers are going on. I want to see. Okay, so first time, it doesn't matter. They'll always create a new one, right? Now is what I want to figure out. And they didn't. They're all adding up, which is good. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, that is fixed. Very nice, very nice, very nice indeed. Okay, now there is another problem that I have to fix, which is once the piles get full, so for example, this wood pile is getting full quite quickly. Yeah, see that? It allows overflow. They shouldn't, what should happen here is I have 100, so the cap is 100. If I have more than what the pile can gather, I should create a new one, or I should just carry the limit, right? So yeah, that's something I want to fix. And that should be easy enough. See, in the stone bit, it actually works. Why didn't that happen with the wood? Because with this too, it worked, but this one didn't. And they just keep adding to it. That is weird. Yeah, the wood one just keeps on piling up. But the others, they seem to be okay. No, wait, this one isn't. What? That is actually weird. Oh, but the herb one is, you know, herbs are doing good. They're functioning as they should. Well, not this one. Yeah, something is up. Yeah. Under some conditions, this works. Under others, it doesn't. So I need to figure out why. Oh my gosh. Hi, Akago. Welcome in. What do you call a goose that speaks Portuguese? A Portugoose, of course. What else? Welcome in, Kaga. Welcome in. Hiya, David. Welcome in. Hello. I like how Joanna's coding color theme greenish matches the game greenish palette as well. Yeah, I love my greens, man. Greens are cool. Greens are incredible. Yeah. Green is great. Green is love. Green is life. You know, green is everything. Welcome in, David. Welcome in. A sério, Cago, mais piadas azeiteiras. O Cago é o mestre das piadas azeiteiras. E a culpa é toda vossa. There, I said it. I don't see it. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep. All right. Let's try to fix that one. Because I find it weird that it happened, that some of them happened to work correctly, but the others didn't. That is weird, but okay. Let's try to fix that. So here, when I am deciding how much resource I am taking, let me see here. Hold on. I think I know why I did that. Yeah. Yep. No, but wait. If that was the case, what I find weird is this filter should come into play. Sure, one time, you know, when it's reaching the cap, it would overflow a little bit. But then it shouldn't even come up here. So is it this that it's faulty? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It very much is. Cool. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that. But I want to fix that here instead. So, resources to target. When I choose the quantity, I should choose math utilities min. So, it's going to be the minimum between the quantity that is available on the pile, but more important than that, the destination pile, which I do not have here, do I? That's the position. Where is the storage? Do I not have the storage here? If not, I should. I need to have the storage here. Okay. There. Because I need this to figure out get storable quantity. There we go. So this will tell me how much of that resource I can put in that pile. It's either the amount of resources that it can fit, or, barring anything, the quantity that's in the pile. And I need to do this for the other one too, because this is done twice. There's a bit here as well. Yeah, it's right here. Do I have it here? I might not, but if I don't, I will have to do it. Let's just copy this. I need to streamline this a little bit better, but we'll get to that. Because I could just do this slightly differently, but yeah, we'll copy the code for now. That's fine. Close that. Okay, I don't have this, but I need it. I definitely need it. So we're just going to pick this. There we go. That should be it. Yeah, so now we're deciding but how much quantity we should carry here. So that should fix that part. Let's figure it out. Let's run that again. And now we should, now it should be filled properly. Just clear up some space here so I can see what the heck's going on. Okay. Mine, cut wood, gather. Okay. So I want the piles to be full. That's going to take a bit because they're not gathering too much at a time. Okay. Wood is definitely the one that's getting filled up the fastest. So it's at 92 right now. Okay. Wood is full. So now wood needs to create a new pile. Let's see. And she does. She's got a new pile of wood. Okay. Let's keep on filling this up. See if this keeps on going. Also, the other ones are going to get full soon. 88. Okay. Okay, that is not supposed to happen, though. Why did 2 get created instead of just 1? That wasn't supposed to happen. It created 2 piles at the same time, which is weird. She's carrying in wood. And I believe there's stones back there. I don't know why it created a second one at the same time. Why did that happen? I posted in the Discord a print screen that hints at where the badge is. Nah, the message is not showing for me. Next is having a bit of trouble finding what you mean. Why is it creating two at the same time? It shouldn't. Something happened that made it. Okay, so there's 12 wood here. There's only 4 spaces left here. So there should be 8 left on that pile. Exactly. Okay, good. So most of it is working. It's just this bit where it creates 2 consecutive ones. I don't get what that's doing. I don't get why that happened. Did 2 people start 2 new piles? But that shouldn't be the case because after one gets created, the person coming right next to it should use that one. So I don't understand. Man, that emote is perfect. I love it. Why is it creating 2 piles? That means that 2 people wanted to carry stones. And they didn't manage. I need I need further testing for this. Okay, so the stones are going to get filled up. Yeah. And now, because there is no more space here, the area is just this little corner. The gatherer characters are still going to gather resources, but none of the other villagers are going to actually do anything about it. Now, I want to do a little test here. I'm going to delete one of these resources, and I want to see what happens. It's probably not. It's probably not communicating the destruction of that resource to the area itself. It still thinks it's full. The area itself still thinks it's full. Either that or there's something else I'm missing here. Am I recalculating this bit? Okay, here, yeah. Yeah. I need to add when entities get changed to this. Yeah. So this means that when entities get created or removed, they'll check again if they should do the work. Let's figure that one out. I posted how it looks on my end of the server. I will never teach you Portuguese again. What is going on? Oh man, all those arrows. That Harrison Ford reaction is perfect. It's so adequate for what we're doing. It's not my fault. It's what's on my screen. Oh no, Kago, please. to the hand, Kago. Gasp. Just talk to the hand. Nose. No, this is not what I wanted to do. Damn it. To really test that, I want to stress test this. I want to actually, instead of one of each resource, I want all the resource gatherers to be the same type. So that way we get more than one pile of a certain resource at once. And that should be a bit easier to trigger those kinds of problems. Okay, we're going to have 3 wooden piles. Let's see, will they carry it off to the same pile? One here, other here. Okay, they all seem to be carrying to the same spot, which is good. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Actually, add a few more woodcutters. Cut all the wood, my children. Harvest these lands. Okay. It's going to be a little trickier to fill, but... Okay, it's nighttime. Oh, okay. Something happened. What's going on here? Ooh, hold on. Negative. Hold up. What do you mean negative? Quantity reserved. Negative? What? That's not supposed to happen. Oh, okay. Fair. Okay. I know why that's happening. Okay. It's because there's more than one people throwing it at a time. But yeah. Hola, Mo. Oh, Game Die. Welcome in. Oh, GameDev? GameDev. I think that's an L, right? It's hard to tell it. Yeah, I think it's an L. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Flaco esquerdo direita. Hiya, Yagic. Welcome. Yagic. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Hello. Who knows? This project looks awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I've been working on it. It still needs a bit of tweaking. It needs a lot of extra sauce. But yeah, I'm working on it. But thank you. I appreciate it. This is because there's more than one person doing this, and I need to figure that one out. Okay. That's fantastic. That's cool. Yeah, and this is gonna be a problem. Okay. And now it's just going to keep on adding to it. Yeah, it's going to trigger errors everywhere. Okay. I'm so glad right now I managed to make 2 implementations of a crude input system for my engine while also making both versions easy to build and use in the game. That's awesome. That's great. That's pretty good. I'm glad. That's pretty nice. Congrats. Yeah, this whole thing just broke the game. Okay, fine. So it's not a problem of having too many people at once. It's something else. Something triggered that. And I have yet to find out what it is, but we're going to find out. We're going to figure it out. Let's do one of each then. Let's not repeat that mistake. Okay, one of each. Let's see. So herbs are full, so it created a new one. That's fine. Stones are full. New one was created. Wood is also getting full, so it should create a new one right now. Yeah, there it is. Okay, herbs are full again. Stones are full, and it created a new one. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but I'll have to figure it out eventually. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brief. Yeah, ads are going to start in about 35-ish seconds. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back and, hopefully figure this out. Maybe, possibly. All of that just so I can easily separate game logic from presentation. That's good. That's good. Doing that is very important. Don't don't count that out. It's important to separate that. Yeah. Sergey Olegson? Olegson? Hold on, I can't read it. Olegson. Sergey Olegson. Welcome in. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, ads are starting pretty quickly, or pretty soon. So I'll be taking a quick break while they're playing, and then I'll come back. Yeah. So aside from Fire gaslighting everyone that he has a new badge, what else is new? Well, the resource area drop-offs are working. I just need to improve them a little bit now. I want to add visuals to this. I think that's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to do some visuals for the area piles because it's cool. Going to do a little bit of an outline on the thing. It's going to be nice. Yay for working. Yay for working. Exactly. But yeah, I think I'm going to postpone that specific bug because that seems like it doesn't happen very often. I'll need to fix some other stuff, but that is going to be a lot more work. So I'll just do a quick break of coding work and just do a bit of a visual thing to signify, areas and other such things. All right, ads are in progress. I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you in a few minutes after the ads are over. So hopefully I'll see you on the other side of those ads. Pew! Hello, everybody. I am back. Sorry about that. All right, let's continue, shall we? Let me open up Sprite. Oh, right. Let me just check with chat. Oh, chat was kind of quiet. We are back meeting. Have a nice meeting next. You're probably not here anymore, but yeah. Right during ads. What will you do to pass the time? Yeah, it's going to be rough for next. It's true. Hiya, Dark Mast. Welcome in. Bonjour, bonjour. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Yagik. Thank you, thank you.
Right up, sugar.
Thank you so much for the resub, Dark Mast. Thank you so much. Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Hiya, Totem. Meetings have this odd habit of ignoring free time. That is true. That is true. It's rough out there. Those meetings can be brutal. Welcome in, everybody. And thank you so much, Dark Mass. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me just open up Sprite. I want to do a very simple area thing. Let's see if I can manage. Do I have that here? I do have some space I can use, I suppose. Yeah, let me just, I'm going to create a new file for this. Give me just a minute. Because I want to do this separately and then put it on the file with all the other crap. Just gotta find where I usually do my art bits. Here we go. Okay, do I have...
Yeehaw, we use some GameDev right here, boys. Get in line, y'all.
Oh man, it's been a while since I actually heard that. That kind of took me by surprise. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Totem. Thank you. Oh man, that was crazy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, let me just get this. Let me just try to see what would be a good file to put that in. Maybe none of these, actually. Yeah, let's create a new file then. That's fine. Let's just do... Okay, that should be good enough. Okay. Open that up on Sprite. It's gonna be something super simple. I am not expecting this to, be all of that. It's just something very simple to delineate areas, so it's not, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, that should help, I feel. Okay. All right, let's do that. Okay. All right, let's do a quick and simple thing here. There are lots of ways to do this. I think I have something here. Give me a second. I believe I had something here. Where do I have that here? Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Let's see. I could swear I had a file. It was basically a file to help me create all the connections to, but I can't seem to find it. So maybe it's not even here anymore. Or maybe I never had it here to begin with. It must be somewhere else that I've forgotten. Oh no, wait, I found it. It's this one. Buildings 8. Buildings 8. It's you. There you are. Yeah, it's this thing. Just a little piece to help out with stuff. But this one is not exactly all we need. I believe this one is the one we want. I think. Yeah, let's put that here. That should help us a little bit. 5 streams, damn. Nice. Thank you so much, Toto. Noob. Wow, Nex. Coming in, being so aggressive. All right, let's do a rectangle tool should be fine. That's kind of what we want anyway. What color should this be in, actually? Let me see. You? No. Where are my ground tiles? Are those it? Do I still have that? No, these are kind of different. Well, I can always just use this bit, I guess. They should be here. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, I'll just do that. Copy this. Put it here. There we go. And what we're going to do, basically, just move that a bit down. Okay. We're just going to do a thing here. What would be a good color that would contrast with these two and not be too out there? We're going to find out. I don't want to make it pure black. That feels a little weird. Would that work even? I don't know. I mean, sure, black always works, I suppose. That seems a bit too much. Maybe white. White would be a better option. It kind of stands out a bit more. Maybe. Let's see. Could be. It's also something temporary. It's not like it's going to be a finished thing. It's just something to, you know. He eats pasta for breakfast. He can stomach that. All right, let's try to do a very quick and dirty area delimiter here, and then I'll put it on top of this to see. Oh my god, that emote always gets me. I love it. I love it so much. Okay, let's do a few rectangles, and then we'll add a bit of pizzazz to them. We'll add a bit of a thing. Okay. This one's kind of like this. And then it has the insides. Oops. Like that. And then there's this. Okay, so these are the area delimiters that we've got. I can probably do something like this, something just to add a bit of noise to it. Could do that, but we'll see. I'll start with the basics and then we'll see. I kind of want to do a little bit of a rounded corner to this. We'll see how that looks. Actually, let me do that on the side. I'll keep the base here and I'll just add the rounded one to the side because I want to see which one looks better at the end. But it's supposed to be something very, very, very simple. That should do, right? Maybe, possibly. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that functions. Yeah, something real simple. It doesn't need to be that complex. It's just for testing stuff out anyway. Also, it also might be the case that it needs to be flush with the actual square, because otherwise it might look a little bit too bad, but we'll see. Seems okay. Let's see. Do these connect well? They do. Um, only problem is, mm, they might be a bit on the small side. That's my biggest problem, I feel. They might be a tad too small. Hmm. When I was living alone at my most poor, I only ate pasta. Pasta, it's nice. Yeah. Pasta is very comforting. I like pasta. I like pasta a lot. I could never be bad to a lover of mine. Ah, $5 for spaghetti that gave me calories for 2 days at the factory. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty filling. It is true. It's quite nice. Pasta is the food of the gods. Yeah. You can make pasta with literally anything and it will still taste good. That is true. Yeah. Pasta is very flexible as a dish itself. Yeah. I'll say what a designer said to me a few years ago. Pixel art corners are in 3 are weird. Try with more. I'll yeah. Wait, $5 for pasta? That is a bit much. But I believe Kago is, as the young ones say, he's doing a bit of a riff. He's being a bit of a scamp. I'm more of a rice guy. That's fair. That's fair. I like both, but if I had to pick one, I would definitely go pasta. Yeah. I like rice too, but pasta's just, it's so good. I love pasta so much. Oh, sorry about that. I brushed the microphone by mistake. Sorry about that. Hiya, Sharper Guy. Welcome, welcome. I started making my own noodles from flour and water recently. Can't believe how easy it was. Been afraid to try it for so long. I have to try that. I haven't tried that yet, but it's definitely something I've been curious to do as well. Yeah. Shame. Wait, is $5 too high? A bit high. I mean, for $5 would be able to buy you a lot more than just, a a normal package of spaghetti. Unless you're paying $5 for a huge pack of spaghetti. That could work, yeah. Top tier pasta here, avoiding gourmet overpriced foodies pasta is like 2 years for 1 kilogram. Yeah, it's not that expensive, yeah. I think it's like $2 for the noodles and $3 for the jar of sauce. Ah, gotcha. Well, if you're adding ingredients to it, yeah, because I think what Totem was hinting at was $5 just for the pasta itself, not the sauce and adding stuff to it. Yeah, I buy like 4 packs of spaghetti with that. Yeah, exactly. But Kago was including the whole bit, the whole dish, I guess. I've been making my own ragu lately. I can make enough ragu for at least 4 meals for less than €8. That's pretty good. Yeah. The USD loses value every second. The USD is kind of not just the USD. The whole thing overall is kind of yeah. But that's true. The money might be a bit compromised. If you break it in half, you get double the pasta. Follow me for more life hacks that offend the whole country. Fire out here, just wanting to do violence. I don't think I'm gonna go. I wanted to be a bit distant from the squares themselves. I don't think that's gonna work though. I can't have this pixel, this margin pixel. It looks bad. It looks really bad. So I'm gonna just delete it. Why did I copy that? Why did I even copy that? Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's do this. I'm not sure if I want the rounded corners or not. I feel like rounded corners are a bit, it's a bit weird. We're just gonna go with the basics. Yeah, we're gonna go with the basics. This seems okay. It's a bit, yeah. I mean, it's not as fancy, but it definitely reads a bit better, I feel. Bacalhau is overrated. I like bacalhau, but it's not my favorite stuff. Yeah. I tried it. It worked. I have to show my Italian uncle who proudly comes from Italy. Just be careful, you know. Show that to him from a distance. That's my life hack from me to you. Like some of the cheapest pasta condiments you can make are pasta with oil and cheese, like Parmigiano, or you could quickly stir fry some canned tuna and you throw the cooked spaghetti in it. Yeah, some of that stuff is really, really nice. Yeah. In Italy, we call pasta with canned tuna the student's meal. Yeah, that it's quite frequent. We do that here as well. I've heard quite a bit that dish is very, very common. Yeah. So do we in Portugal. Yeah. It happens quite frequently here as well. Yeah. Fire is pretty toxic indeed. Ivan say he should be axed from the stream, but he's like that bug that already became a feature. Fire is that mole you have on your face that everybody tells you to remove, but since it ain't cancerous, you keep it as a beauty spot. It's a statement, you know? It's just a statement, you know? It's fine. So okay, I'm gonna try this. I think this might be the best way of doing it. I want to add a bit of stuff to this though. I want to add a bit of beautification to it. Will I be able to? I don't know. We're gonna find that out. We're gonna find out. Oh right, I should do it all the way, shouldn't I? Yeah. Yeah, I should. I'm just gonna add a bit to it. This might be too much. This might be just slightly too much, but we'll see. We'll see. We will see. That's a bit too much there. Yeah, just something to fill the floor with, I suppose. That might look a bit too noisy. But this is also too sparse, you know? Let's try a bit more spaced. Maybe that's the ticket. Let's see. Let's try to space it out a bit more. Oh, no, that's not the one I wanted to copy. I wanted to copy this one. I want to try space it out a bit more so it doesn't look as... Because this might look a bit too much. Let's see. Let's do... This is what I had, right? This was... Yeah, this is what I had. Let's try to increase it a bit more. Or rather, let's do this one, but clean every other line. So something like this. See how that looks. That looks a bit iffy. I think there's a middle ground between these two that'll look the best. Let's do it from scratch. Let's start with the main diagonal, this one. Okay, we have, I think it's 7 here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 in spacing, and this is 3. Let's do 5, maybe. 4, 5. Kind of like a midpoint. Yeah, maybe this will work. We'll see. Ah, but this, I believe this won't make it tile well. I might have to resort to either 4 or 6. We'll see. Yeah, because this is not going to tile very well. I need it to be... No, actually, I need it to be... multiples. Because this one tiles correctly, right? Let me see. Yeah, this one tiles correctly. But this one, I believe, doesn't. I don't think this one tiles correctly. Because even here, I can see that there's a bit of a mismatch. So yeah, this pattern can't stand. Needs to be spaced out differently. Let's start with that middle line. I like that middle line. I think that middle line can work. But I needed to tile well. To do that, I need kind of like a pattern. Let's do a pattern with another color so it's easier to figure out. I need a pattern that ends here. So this one breaks it into, well, basically 2, right? There's 8 here. Yeah, 8 here and 8 here. Counting with the thing. So 8 here and then 8 here, right? So that's one pattern. This one is doing what? 3 every time? So that's 4. So it's divided by 4. So 4 here, then 4, then 4, then 4. I don't think there's a way. So 16, how many times can I break this? I can only break it into 4, 8, 2. I don't think there's any other way to break it. So it tiles correctly. I think I've just figured out the only 2 patterns that work. It's either this one or this one. There is no in between, which is a little sad. Cool. So I came to final designs without even realizing it. That's just great. I mean, I could do this. I could just do this bit, but that's way too extreme, I feel. Yeah, that does not look good. That does not look good at all. Far as, oh, right, yeah. The 45-degree rotation in place of proper animations. Well, no, it's not exactly the animations bit. This is just a way to mark the area, basically. I don't want this to animate. Unless you're talking about something else, and I've already lost the context for that. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but this is not enough. This is way too sparse. Plus, it doesn't read all that well. Hey Jay, it's 15 hours. Is Fire not here? Let me check on Discord if he's all right. Beep, 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 beep. We won't be shamed to worry about you, buddy. True. Yeah. You're that much of a sim that people worry when you're not here. Fair. Are these 9 patch rags or auto tiles? These are going to be auto tiles. So basically, I want this to designate areas. Oh, I'm forgetting something, actually. There is a bit missing here. There is a bit missing. Which one is it? It's the four corners without the bits in the middle. Oh, I totally forgot about that. I need that too. I need this bit right here, which I haven't done. I'll do that. I'll do that next. But yeah, these are going to be auto tiled. Imagine if I define an area, right? I want to. Well, this is not very good for a big area, but yeah, it's going to be something like this, only without the bits in the middle. So just let's imagine that these are part of the thing. So this would be an area to drop stuff off. That's what I'm trying to do. Will you place it with transparency? It may not be too busy in that case. I mean, I wanted to try not to have transparency on it. But we'll see. Maybe this is a bit too bright. I will admit. I'll try a gray, a mid-tone gray. Maybe that will be better. I don't know. Because I wanted to color these. I'm making these white, basically, because then I can color on top of these. I can overlay some color on top of it, and that, you know. I think it's not working because to increase the spacing, you can't start from the corners. 6 to 7. I mean, I could do that, but I would still have to follow these rules. Otherwise, they're not going to tile correctly. The pattern is not going to tile correctly. That's the problem. Okay, let me just do the corners here. I totally forgot about the corners. And also, I need a full one. No, wait, I need a second one like this. What am I talking about? I need a second one like this, but without the middle points. Without this bit. Just clean. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's the full bit, I think. I'm not missing anything, I don't think. Yeah, this is fine. Fair. She confirmed it. No, but I mean, what I was saying is you're here quite frequently. So yeah, people worry when you're not here. Yeah. Am I really going to have to turn on the lights at 4 p.m.? Are you kidding me? My window is or rather, the blinds are fully opened. And there's still not enough light here. Incredible. Fantastic. Vou fingir que acredito. Mas é verdade. Yeah. And how she saved it. But I mean, it's the truth, right? Fire is here pretty frequently. So whenever he's not, people worry. It's natural. I'm also going to tackle Sabard. I have a chibi to do. Ooh. Yes. Please show us after you've finished. Look at the octaves going up. Yeah. But it's true, though. Okay, I think I'm going to go with this mid pattern. I feel like this one is the best one out of the bunch, to be fair. I'm going to keep that one. Not sure if not sure about it, but we'll keep it. We'll see how that goes. We will see. So I need to do the midpoint for this. Is this the midpoint? Or is this? Wait. Okay, that's the midpoint, I think. 7. Okay, yeah. No, that's the midpoint. After I do this one, should be easier to do the other ones, hopefully. Oh, wait, no, I can just pick this one up and copy all over the place. Yeah, easy that way. There. I kind of wanted to do it with crosses. I feel like that's going to be a terrible mistake. Will do, yes. It's the one you chose after all. Nice, nice. I want to see that Evelyn. Evelyn's pretty cute. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go with this one. Seems fine. Can I fit this into the thing? This is kind of large. Oh, I have some space here. Or here. Maybe it fits here. Yeah. Oh, here. Could be here too. Yeah. There's some space still left here. She is. Also has the worst keychain. Absolute lies and slander. I will not tolerate these lies and slander going on. Okay? That is not acceptable. Okay, I believe that is it. So let's see. Let's do a bit of a test. Let's see. We've got a huge patch of grass here. Bam. So now I want to do a little area. Let's make it a bit complex. Let's start off like this. Then it goes down a bit. I might color this differently. This looks way too bright. You are, in fact, correct. This is a bit too much. There are no corners. I just realized. Aren't there? Am I really going to have to do the whole thing? I kind of didn't want to, but I feel like... let me see. This is the whole bit, isn't it? I'm going to have to do the whole thing. I kind of didn't want to. Because that's going to be a lot of extra material. But I feel like that's going to be the best way to do it. Okay, let's do a copy here. Right, here are the full corners. Full corner. Full corner. Okay. What is this one? Right, yeah. Fine. I'll do the full thing. If it was a bit more difficult, I probably would not do it. But since it's, you know, a bit easier to tackle, then yeah, fine, I'll do that. Okay, this is the full one. Okay, what is this? This is an empty one. This is nothing. Oh, wait, no. Yes? No? Oh, no, because the other ones are here, I think. This should be... It's just this one. But it's just these two corners, which are already filled in anyway. So all we need to do is remove these bits. So it's going to look kind of like the same. Yeah. Kind of whatever, but okay. And this is the other version of it. So it's going to be this. But with the corners, right. It doesn't matter. It's literally the same thing. Okay. Okay, these ones are... They have an opening to the outside. So it's basically like this, but instead they just have this bit of opening here. Like that. They just have a bit of that thing sticking out. Notice how Luna Chibi was released first? It's almost like she's the right choice. Disagree. She's a very good choice, don't get me wrong. But is she the best choice? That remains to be seen. Okay. that's done. These are supposed to be full ones, though. Which they are, I think. Except for that bit, sure. And finally, this bit. Take this out. I probably should use a different base for this, but whatever. Okay. That will do. So we got to finish this one. This one's a bit trickier, I feel. So this one is basically this one. They're all that, actually. They're all this one. But this one, we don't touch. This one, we remove the bit right here. That one, we removed these two bits. Oh, no, wait. No, we want to keep the 2 bits. Yes, we want to keep the 2 bits. Never mind. But this one, no. This one is let go of. Not that. This one removed. Okay, that's it. Okay. Now these. Okay, these are just full ones. This is the full one. Okay, let me just gather the full one, and I'll add the extraneous bits at the end. I feel like that's a better way to go than, because this pattern is just way too flimsy for that. Okay, so this one. Corner here. Corner here. At the bottom, that's fine. And then this whole side is filled like that. There. Yeah, that's it. And it's basically the same thing for everything else, I feel. Yeah, it's just that. And then there's the outside corners here, but I'll do those later. Let's do these bits first. Okay. Just select these so I know what I'm working on. Okay, so the bottom of these is filled. Well, the bottom, the part that is closer to the outside of it is filled. And the outer corners are supposed to be filled with the bit. That's fine. We do that here as well. So these are filled, and so are these. Okay. Cool. Now, as for the inside, it's just the outer corners. That should be easy enough. So it's just the outer corners. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay. That should be every bit that I need for the thing. Okay. So now for this bit, I want this one. This is the one that has the little corner that I can use. Same thing for this one. And we're going to go down a bit more. So that would be, which one? This one? This one. These two, actually. Well, no, not exactly. It can be just this one. Okay. I'm just doing a very quick test to see if everything is working correctly. So far, it seems like it is, but... Okay. Let's do the inside of this a bit. Bam. Okay, corner up is this one. Then this bit. Like that. Okay, I believe this is everything. Yeah. I believe this is everything we need. Nana's the best choice. Luna's the only character that I did design for. The others are from the artist. Ah, I see how it is. I see how it is. Creator favoritism. I see. Jay, I posted something on MediaShare for you to check out on the next break. Will do. It's coming very soon. It's about 6 minutes to ads. So yeah, I'll be sure to check that one out. It's not showing for me. Damn it, Nex. That is the best choice. I don't trust her. Wait, are you for or against? Oh, Nana. Nana is in the grandma. Okay, I was misreading that. I thought Nana was supposed to be some sort of like a nickname for Luna. You know, Luna, Nana. No, but Nana is the grandma. Never mind. But that is right. Nana is the best choice. That is absolutely true. Yes, I agree with that one. Nana is best. I have no faves. Wait. Joking, Luna. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. They made me. Disgraceful. If you called Luna Nana, I think she would kick your ass. That is true. Yeah. If you ever came to her and told her, hi, Nana, she would just absolutely go ballistic. 100%. You wouldn't survive. You basically wouldn't survive. Nothing would... you wouldn't be able to survive. That is true. Where's the piece I want? I want closed off at the top. Oh, no. Yeah, I want a corner. I want the bit that only has one corner. So it's one of these. It's this one. It's this one that I want. Perfect. Now these two. These two. Well, this one a few more times. And then the full bit. So this one. And there you go. There's an area. Yeah, color might be a bit iffy. Yeah. Let's see. What if I make it a different kind? Let's try a different shade of gray. Let's do a few tests over here. So this is full white. Let's go full black on this corner. And then we're going to do some mix-ins. See how that... Yeah, full black. I don't think that works very well. They stand out too much, both of them. Oh, Dirk Glover, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the hydrant. Cheers. Thanos snapped by Luna. Oh, absolutely. She would have no qualms over it. Hi, Dirk Glover. Welcome. Drop a book on your head. She would get payback. That is absolutely true. Yes. Why did you draw a block rabbit? Wabbit? I am hunting wabbits. No, it's just me trying to figure out if I've got all the pieces. But yeah, I believe this bit right here is what I need. I think this was the ticket. So yeah, now I just gotta figure out what color I should do this in. I do have pure white here, which I believe would be the best way to go because quite frankly, I then would be able to tint this. So yeah, no. Oh, this is already pure black, right? Yes. Okay. Cool. So pure white, pure black. Let's try a gray. Does a gray work? I don't know. We're gonna figure that out. Okay. Let's see. This one for this, and let's try a darker one for this bit. This one doesn't look that bad, actually. These two definitely stand too much out. This one and this one, they stand out too much. But this more subdued tone, I like it actually. You know, I think it looks okay. Let me remove the green from it. I'm gonna try to put this on top of earth and see if it works as well as it does on grass. Okay. Let's try the lighter one just for kicks. No, you know what? I like this one. I guess I'm gonna go with that for now. I can always tint it back to some other color if I want to, but yeah, I think that one's our winner for now. You know, it's just a test anyway. Yeah, let's go with that. Now, big question is, where do I put this on the thing? Do I need to create a new file? Please say no. Please tell me there's space in here for this somewhere. Maybe here? Ooh. Ooh, it just barely fits. Let's go. Okay, cool. There. Now I just need to put this in the game. Yeah. Oh, the ads are coming. All right. What are we doing? Basically, this is going to be sort of like an overlay on top of the ground that tells you where an area is. So it kind of defines areas with an extent. Yeah. Oh, I stole an ID. Welcome. I totally forgot to do that. Sorry. Pure white is great contrast. Yeah, it's too bright. It's too bright. Let's not clip this out of context. Please don't. Okay. Yeah, the ads are coming. They're coming in about 10 seconds, more or less. I will take a quick break while those ads are playing, and then I'll come back. Just letting you know. Yeah. Dark gray is very blendy. It's subtle enough, but it's also visible enough. I can always change the color later, right? But I feel like it's a good contrast between being visible and also not standing out too much. We'll see. Tried through a black and white filter. Oh, that's actually a good call. Yeah, I should do that. I'll do that when I come back. More files. More. What's wrong with the new file? Nothing much. It's just I want to try to keep it in a single file as much as possible for performance reasons, basically. We need to compact these graphics someday. They're probably just not going to even be like this. This test file is going to get nuked at some point. A lot of stuff in here is basically useless now. There's the old sprites are here. I'm just using this one for convenience. This file is almost kind of like my garbage bin. I just toss everything in there, you know. Right. Ads are playing, so I will take a little bit to, you know, get around a bit and stretch a little bit, and I will see you after those ads are over, and I hope to catch you on the other side. Pew. Hello, everybody. I have returned. All right, let's keep on working on this thing, shall we? Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Oh, hi, Ling Ling. Welcome. How do you do in your game to find the correct tile position? I basically have a whole backend where I know exactly what each position is. And I only draw that. So it depends on what you mean by finding the correct tile position. Do you mean by mouse position? How do you mean? Because it depends, that depends a lot on what you're looking for, basically. Sketchbook, whiteboard, yeah. I always appear during the ads. I'll go find some water to stay hydrated. You should. Hiya, Kathy. Welcome. There, shared on Discord on Kago's special channel. Will do. XY position of the tile, example of the structure you just added, if that makes sense. Oh, you mean you mean finding this specific portion of the texture within the big texture? Right. Well, for that, what I usually do is there are systems for that. I'll do that in a bit, so you should be able to see it. But basically, I just set up an automatic tiler that just does it for me. I tell it which of these tiles are which, right? I tell it, these are the tiles that I want, and they're arranged in such and such order. And then Godot automatically does the whole tiling bit for me. I don't have to access unless I want a very specific tile for a very specific purpose. Most of the stuff I do is usually automatic. It's through automatic means. I don't just get a specific tile out of a texture like that. There are a few cases. I can show you a little bit. What I usually do, for example, for stuff. Oh, I do. Do I have a game open? I do. So, for example, to get this wood bit, right, or to get this herb bit, or to get these stones, I had to catch a specific part of the texture. So usually in that case, what I do, I have it right here somewhere. Here we go. What I usually do is I use what Godot calls atlas textures, which is this. It's basically a texture where you provided a big picture and you just select what region you want out of it. And that becomes a texture on its own that you can use wherever you want, right? If you just want a texture, that usually works using atlas textures for that. But if you want a whole system of drawing, for example, the roads and everything else, that is usually through automated means, which is what I'll be doing next. Yeah. She did that. It's Kago's special channel. But I think I know what you mean. But yeah. I'll check it out in a bit. Be right back. Need to pick up the kiddo. That's totally fine. I guess I'll wait for you to come back to check out your art then, so I can do that. So you can see me go through that. So let me know when you're back. And yeah, have fun picking up the kiddo. I've worked with texture atlases before. Makes sense. Yeah, mostly that's just it. If I want a specific piece, I use an atlas texture, and that becomes a texture on its own. So atlas textures can be used on place of textures themselves, right? So I can use this anywhere. So for example, here, when here's the render data from all my resources, and you'll see if I go to wood here, the texture is here. So I put this as a 2D texture, right? This wasn't specified as an atlas texture. It's just a 2D texture, and it's right here. I can use the atlas texture as a stand-in for any other kind of 2D texture. But if you want what I'm doing now, which is this whole thing, this whole automated thing, these I automate, which is what I'm going to try to do next. Yeah. Another successful channel squatting. Oh my gosh. Man, these game engines have menus on menus on menus. My brain hurts looking at this. How do you understand this? Mostly through trial and error and experience. Yeah, it's basically just that. After some time, you figure out what it's doing. I was kind of lost at first too. Don't misunderstand my current knowledge for, being some sort of superhuman. It's not. I fumbled my way through it, and eventually I got to comfortable enough workflow, I guess. Oh boy, you don't want to see Blender. Blender has its fair share of user interface stuff as well. Yeah. But I mean, it's all a question of experience, right? Even if something is a bit, let's say, convoluted, right? After using it for a bit, you kind of get into the rhythm of what you need to do for a certain thing. If you want to do certain things, you start figuring out what exactly you need to see. Yeah. Don't forget to check out Spicy Lara on MediaShare. Yes, I will not. Okay, so let's do this. When Next comes back, I'll look at his heart and Spicy Lara. Did you share a Spicy Lara thing? Oh God, I need to check that. But okay, when Next comes back, I'll do all of that. And that way it's only one big contiguous part of me checking out Discord. It helps to remember that an engine is a collection of tools. Exactly. Yeah. And Blender has multiple workflows for wildly different use cases. Yeah, Blender can do quite a lot. And that's why it's so complex, right? Usually when these kinds of software become this complex, at some point there are going to be pains when trying to figure these things out for the first time. Yeah. Because there's just a lot. There's a lot to go through. Yeah. The problem is you don't know what you can hide without missing it. Yeah, that is true. When you start out. Yeah. The biggest problem with these kinds of very complex software pieces is starting out. Yeah, because you don't know exactly what you'll need. You don't know exactly where to click. You don't know exactly where to go to do a certain thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah. That's the main reason they're so painful to get started with. It's feature overload. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's a very tough line to balance in that regard. Yeah, for sure. But in this case, in Godot's case, it's not exactly one-to-one, but most of my knowledge of how Godot works comes from the fact that I worked with Unity for quite a few years, right? And most of the concepts and the way the software works are kind of similar. So I was able to translate most of my knowledge from Unity over to Godot almost one-to-one. Not exactly one-to-one, but almost one-to-one. And yeah, the stuff I didn't know how to do, I just had to look it up. And at the end of the day, that's the way it goes. I have not tried Unity, but I'm a bit of an Unreal Engine 5 skeptic since the game's made it and it often looks so similar. I mean, the games in Unreal Engine often look similar because it's just easier to do that way, right? Unreal Engine has this whole setup for lighting and textures and art. It's a very, I wouldn't say rigid, but if you don't care to put in or to go too deeply into those systems, it's very easy to just leave it at default, right? That's why they kind of all look sometimes the same. But it is very much possible, and it has been done before. You have games from the same engine, which are wildly different. It's mostly just a matter of, balancing what comes prepackaged with your own artistic vision, I guess. Godot is great. That is true. Hiya, Wilfred. Welcome. I'd call it uninspired. It's a complex thing because usually the thing is when you're building a game, you're more concerned with how it functions, right? It looking a little bit like others is not something that is, in some cases, right? I wouldn't say every case, but most of the time, just getting the game to work, just getting the game off the ground is usually a huge part of the development process. And by the time that you want your game to look kind of unique, it's such a cumbersome thing to do that most developers will decide that it's not worth it to do that just to be able to fix or add more stuff to the game, right? It's a balancing act at the end of the day. Makes sense. It's still a bit sad. It is a bit sad. I will agree. In that case, yeah. Because, having a game that has a unique art style or a unique presentation usually makes it stand out from the other games, right? But yeah, it is still a bit sad that's a reality. I won't say otherwise. Yeah. I don't envy games that rely on visuals for gameplay. Yeah, it is. It's a very tough balancing act, especially because, most of games development relies a lot on cycles. And what I mean by that is you're usually trying or testing out a feature. You create a feature, right? And then you test it and you realize this feature is not quite how it should be. So you're iterating, right? By the time you finish that feature, you have to get to the next one. There is no grace period where you think, but I should refine these bits. Most of the time, that is such a small part of the game compared to making the next feature, right? That the details kind of get lost in that process. Sometimes, depending on how much budget you have and how much, people you have to work for you, some of those people can go back and have some time to work on that. But most of the time, those people are worked to the bone and, they go from feature to feature. There is no time to dwell. There is no time to redo. There is, if it functions, if it works, you just get it out the door. There is no second redos. There is no, if it looks good enough, then we pass on to the next thing. At the end of the project, if we have time, we fix that. But most of the time, that never happens. It's such a, it's usually so tight in terms of time, right? That most of the time, artists and programmers don't have time to, fiddle with all the nooks and crannies of an engine or whatever it is, right? So if a thing is done and it looks good enough, then they'll just pass it. But yeah, in terms of artistic vision, it is a bit sad, for sure. Every single engine offers the ability to visualize your game in the way you want, but it also comes with the default options. Whether or not you choose to spend time and work visualizing the game beyond the defaults is a matter of resource allocation. Absolutely. That is absolutely it. Yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, you need to have time and, people who are knowledgeable enough for that to happen. And sometimes, or in most cases, it's not a matter of people not knowing how to do it or having the capacity to do it. More often, it's just the time constraints. Yeah. Deadlines are a thing, definitely. Absolutely, yeah. Because games are made, and depending on how tight the scheduling is, it's just sometimes they're barely finished when they come out, which is a bit of a sad state. But yeah, it's most of the time it's time constraints for sure. You can say it. Sometimes they ain't finished. Yeah, I mean, at some point, depending on the company or the game itself, there are a lot of factors that go into that. And sometimes companies just want to cut their losses. They want to have the game out the door because, the game is partially complete, but they don't have time or money or both to improve it anymore. So just run it out the gate. And then they tank their reputation because of that. But sometimes people just do that to try and salvage whatever they have, right? Sometimes it's the it's the line between them keeping themselves afloat for a few more months to try to do another project or not, right? There's a lot of complex motivations behind doing stuff like that. It's not, I mean, sometimes greed can play a big part of it, but I'd say that in most cases that is not it. Yeah. It's just a byproduct of circumstance, I suppose. All right, let's get this thing happening. I need to do the area bits, but to do that, I guess I can do. Hold on. Do I have that here somewhere? The layers thing? I don't think I do. Where did I put that? It's been a while since I actually opened that. It's not this one. Because this one only has the default ones. Or was that an only code? Honestly, I think more often than not, these mega large teams just don't get to collaborate efficiently. Working in a team is hard. If it's 100 people or whatever, I don't see how you can function efficiently. That's tough. It definitely is. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've never worked on a team that large, so I can't say for sure, right? But it is, the more people you add on to a project, the more complex it is to, keep everything running smoothly. That's why producers are so important, because usually they're the ones who bridge the gap between all the all the departments and everything. And partially that's why throwing more people at a problem more often than not just doesn't solve a problem. Having a lot of people to work for something does not mean that you get to do it faster, right? Sometimes it's the opposite. The more people who have working on it, the more, like Stolen Idea is saying, the more overhead you get. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. It's definitely a balancing act. It's not an easy thing to do at all. Okay, I need to go to code because I believe that's where I got my stuff. Where's my code? There it is. Okay. Let's see. Layers. Possibly this. Let's see. The terrain layers. Where are the other layers? That's what I want to. Here we go. Okay. 0, 0. Oh, they're all 0. Even pathing. Oh, okay. That works. I'll guess I'll add it to pathing then. I mean, it's not like I can just add a layer for that, but I'm not going to do that. That just feels like overkill. Let's do the tile set. That's why games are so hard. They kind of require big teams, but it doesn't work that way. Yeah. I mean, it's a very tough balancing act between team size and, and time and production and constraints. There's a lot to, yeah. To me, it seems that most games are not technical challenges. They're mostly management challenges. I mean, in a way, yeah. Most of the time, it is. Most of the problems in games are of a managerial nature, for sure. I mean, there's also technical challenges to overcome, right? But usually, those are not as all-consuming as management problems, for sure. Yeah, because technical challenges, you either find a solution or don't after a while, right? But management of a huge team, that's not something that you solve overnight, right? Hiya Frame93, welcome, welcome. How to publish games on Steam? Well, you create an account on Steam, and then you have to pay a fee, and then you put your game on there. That's the gist of it. If you want to, there is a portal for that. Let me see. I think it's this. Let me see. Here we go. If you want to publish games on Steam, you have to sign in as a partner, or you have to create a partner account and also pay the fee to get your game in. So that's your ticket. That right there. And also, you know, you got a bunch of stuff over at the top. Got documentation, resources, everything you need to know about publishing games on there, you should find there. It's not games only, at least not in my experience. Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. I mean, games are just... This problem is more acute in games because games have such a wide range of disciplines. You have art, you have music, you have programming, you have to be careful with rendering and the way the music works. There's a lot that goes into games that most often other kinds of software does not have to go through. Or at least not as many technical challenges at the very least. Yeah. But it's still, you know, it's still a problem. You know, it's still a problem everywhere. It's just that in games, it happens more often and more acutely, basically. Hiya, Titan. Welcome, welcome. The age-old adage, what one engineer can do in a day, two can do in a week. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. Well, sure, but games are just another kind of software. Yeah, in a way, games suffer a lot of the problems that other software engineering projects have. But yeah, it's just a lot more because there's a lot more disciplines that go into that. Most other software, for example, doesn't care all that much about sound. At most, what it plays Windows sounds at most, right? You don't need a whole sound system for that. I mean, if you're a sound system or if you're a sound software, right? So, for example, an audio editing software, you need to have good sound libraries and all that. But in that case, you don't have the visuals, right? You have, or rather, you have visuals, but you don't have visuals as complex as a game, right? There's always something that gives or takes. But in games, it's super, it's full-blown visuals and sound and everything like that, and it's in all directions basically. Hiya Hotel Soap, welcome. Sometimes where people means more saboteurs and arguments. Yeah, it's a very tough balancing act because, you know, people are not all the same, people don't work the same. So a good manager is someone that bridges that gap, right? A good manager, a good producer, those are the kinds of things that you need good people to work in there, in those jobs, because those are the backbone of your whole project, basically. And then you get Xenoblade Chronicles that on Wii had 30 times the draw distance of a modern Pokemon game. I mean, depending on how good your engineering teams are, right? Or your artists are. Yeah, you can do quite amazing things. It's just, you know, people need time and knowledge to do those things. And sometimes they don't get the luxury of time. Because sometimes you need time to acquire knowledge. You don't, you know, you're not born knowing everything, right? People need to study. People need to learn. Yeah. Ideally, your manager has knowledge in what you do. Yeah, absolutely. Those are the best cases, right? Those are the best. That's the best case scenario, basically. You can upload and sell anything to Steam for just $100. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say anything. It still goes through an approval process, but yeah, you can just put software. You can put games on there. Yeah. Other software branches just make web apps. I mean, kind of, sort of. It has become a huge default lately. I've noticed. Yeah. Games are also living simulations that are supposed to run at 60 FPS, unique requirements from standard software. Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that pushes and pulls in that regard. Yeah. You have to divide your resources into a lot of systems that have to work concurrently and at peak capacity. And it's not always easy to do that, depending on the game you're making. Yeah, sometimes that's not an easy thing to balance. Yeah. Yes, but I do not appreciate having to wait for my Windows search bar to work. Yeah, that's a different beast. That's a different beast altogether. I still blame React there. Damn React, man. I'm still on Windows 10. I don't think that's React. Wait, is Windows 11 on React? Is that what you're telling me? Now Discord Piki Weba ticks me right off. It is a bit messy. It is a bit messy, I will admit. The biggest problem with software nowadays, it's just there is this backbone that most software nowadays uses, and that backbone is extremely inefficient. But since it's easy to produce things in, people just do stuff in there, right? And yeah, there's a lot of bloatware out there because of that. Because it's easier to do. It's who cares about computer resources? Just get some more RAM. Just download more RAM and you should be okay. Windows 10 definitely has web apps. Not sure how much of it. I mean, I don't know either. But it's not that bad. At least I don't think. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to lie. If your UI takes noticeable load times, you done goofed. That is something that really ticks me off as well. Sometimes I see the most simple applications. They're simple. There's nothing to them. There's just a few buttons. There's a few input boxes. And they take so much time to load. I click on something and it takes so long for it to do anything. How is that acceptable? It's just so weird. It is what it is, I suppose. Steal back the RAM from the AI? Absolutely, absolutely. Steal it right back. Steal it. I agree. All right, let me do a tile map thing. Do I have a test? Oh, I do. I have this one. Yes. Okay. Turn that on. Okay. So let's do this bit. This is the part I want. Let's can I? Oh, maybe I have to edit this. Hold on. Oh, I'm in the tile map, right? I have to go to tile set. Okay. So in the tile set, we're gonna tick these. These are the ones that we want. We need to activate these bits. Except that one. That one doesn't have anything. This is an empty space, so we don't want that. Rest of it we would do. Yeah. Hiya, Freddie. Welcome, welcome. I did a Windows Fresh install a month or so ago. Comes with so much malware. Wait, but what Windows are we talking about? Is that Windows 11, Windows 10, Windows Vista, Windows XP, Windows 98? What Windows is it? I'm just kidding. But yeah, is it Windows 10, Windows 11? I definitely do need a refresher on this computer, but I'm so afraid of installing something on this. I feel like I'm going to waste so much time. Old versions of Windows didn't have that. True. That is true. So I'm assuming this is Windows 11 you're talking about. I am very skeptical about Windows 11, to be fair. I tried it out on my laptop for a little bit and I just reverted back. No, I did not like it. There were a few things that I liked having on there. The tabbed Explorer windows and everything. That was cool. But the rest of it just didn't sit well with me. So I just went back to Windows 10. And that's where I'll stay for the longest time. And if they start, protesting too much, then I guess I'll just have to resort to Linux. But I don't want to do that because there are some things on Windows that I want to keep, right? That's the only reason why I have switched to Linux is because I have some stuff that is Windows only, and it's a bit iffy to switch. There is no alternative, and also games. So yeah, that's the only reason why I'm not on Linux yet. Because oh man, I would be on Linux so fast. It's not even funny. Bloat maxing, absolutely, yeah. I was just too lazy to manage my files, so I just wiped. Right. Shittification is in full effect with Microsoft. It is a bit concerning, especially they're pushing Copilot everywhere for everything. It's insane. You know, it's I don't know what else to say about it. It's just insane. It's insanity. Saved only what I needed. Makes sense. Yeah. I also liked some things, and installing it was fun. True. And installing that is always fun. Windows is less than 10% of their profits at this point. It's so weird, you know. It's present time. I don't know. The whole new Windows thing is just a mess. I keep saying this every chance I get, but I read a headline that said 40% of new Microsoft code is AI generated. I have heard similar stories. I don't know if the percentage is always the same, but they are heavily pushing, their Copilot thing for everything, even stuff that shouldn't get its hands anywhere near code. But you know how it goes. It's a bit sad, but yeah. Okay. So see, Ling, this is what I mean. I'm going to do the thing now where I, create the tile set for that. So let me, I have to create it here, I think. This whole thing is a bit of a mess. But if I go here, yeah, pathing, let's add one. Let's call this, what do we call this? Area overlay. Sure. Make it, I don't know, purple. I don't really care about the color, to be honest. Okay. So I got this now. And what I do is now I paint. So I go here and I want to paint. Terrain. Area overlay. And this is where I start. So I'm going to paint on all of these. Let me just, okay, don't just select things. Don't do that just yet. Calm down. Just going to select all of these. And then I'm going to paint on them. And this is where I will tell Godot where the corners are, basically, so that it can auto-tile things correctly. Like this. This. Like that. So basically what I'm doing is I'm making a copy of this. See this? This is what I got to paint here. This is telling me what connections there are. This is the sort of thing that's going to tell me what connections are happening in this whole thing. So I basically just got to copy these designs onto here, basically. Oh, right. No, this one doesn't have the bit. Okay. Here. Let's do all the places that are the same. It's easier that way. Okay, this one's all connected. There's this bit here. There's a square. Okay. Missing this bit. Oops. Okay, the rest of it is filled, I think. Yeah. So just fill this bit up. There we go. And then last one. if it keeps going like this, I'm gonna at least make a dual boot for Linux. Can't fully convert as a gameplay content boy. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I have considered that actually. I have considered just booting up Linux for work and just, if I want to play something, I jump over to Windows. I would really, really like if the games I play are all on Linux, because that way I would just jump fully to Linux and leave Windows behind, to be fair. But, sadly, some of the games that I play are not officially out on Linux, so it's a bit iffy. Operating systems running AI code is how you get some real problems. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it's not just the AI bit. It's the telemetry. There's a lot of stuff in there that's kind of icky for me. That's why I decided not to use Windows 11 at this point. Furple. Yeah. Hiya, Harukanen. Welcome. Good evening, Miss You and another younglings. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good today. Welcome in. Same reason I'm stucking. This is some fancy tech. It's a tiling setup, yes. Exactly. I'll show you how this works in a bit. So what I'm doing now is just painting the connections, right? What I'm doing is telling I'm telling the engine, I'm telling Godot, what are the connections between these tiles? And then you'll see how that works in a bit. What will the overlay be used for? This is basically to indicate that you've designated an area for something. Could be for, cutting trees, storing resources. It's basically to put on top of the ground like this to tell the player that this area has been designated for either resource extraction or resource storage, those kinds of things, basically. I know this pattern. It's so it won't be too blocky. When I'm programming in C, I just do it in WSL. The landscape for C Linux is immaculate. I mean, yeah. Makes sense. Hi, Rabena. Welcome. Hola. I am dual booting, but I have not actually booted Windows in months. I mean, to be fair, the few games that I play on Windows, I could play, for example, on other places, right? It's also a mobile game, so I could just do a mobile game. But I really just like playing on the computer. I hate mobile gaming with a passion. I just cannot go with it. It's just bad. Controlling stuff in my phone just feels terrible. So I'd rather just play it on Windows. But I have heavily considered just doing a dual boot for just for work, right? I would even be able to split work and pleasure basically in two different spots. I would use basically Windows just for the few games that I can't play on Linux, and then I'd use Linux for everything else. Yeah. I have considered it. I just haven't gotten through with it yet, but I'm getting very tempted. I'm getting extremely tempted, let me tell you. Okay. So now that we've done this, it's complete. Let's save that. Now that I've got this, you'll see what I can do with this. So let's get this out of the way. So I got this area to paint. Let's do something here. So I'm going to select a brush, which is our area overlay right here. And now I can paint. And as you see, because of all that information I stored, I can now paint on top of it. And it creates kind of like a mesh based on what I've done. See, like this. And every little thing that, might be a little different, or that, all the types of tiles that can happen, that pattern basically did those for me. And it tiles pretty well. I can even do that little pattern. Oh, this isn't it. It's not very visible here, but I can even do that pattern that I had in my file previously very easily, just like this. Like that. Oh, it's not exactly the same. It's more like this. But yeah. And all the other types of patterns that can exist, it just functions. It just takes all of that care for me, basically. Give Valve a couple of years to sort out effects and Linux will be super viable. Oh, absolutely. If Valve ever becomes a powerhouse for Linux, I believe that's where a huge adoption spree will take place. For sure. No questions there. I boot my Windows once per month for the updates. I mostly game on Linux too. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Godot has amazing built-in tiling, automatic one. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really like this. It's super smooth. It's super nice to do. And yeah, I can do areas with whatever I want. It's quite nice. Yeah. Oh, next, welcome back. I installed Mint on my laptop. I'm tempted to install it on my desktop. You should. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, since Next is here, let's take a look at Discord. Oh, but wait. Ads are coming. Damn it. I guess I'll take a look at Discord stuff after the break, because the break is coming in less than 5 minutes. So yeah. Sorry about that. Oops. Linux. Yeah, I mean, for most cases and purposes, Linux is more than enough for everybody. It's a matter of adoption. It's a bit of an Ouroboros in that way. Linux doesn't get a lot of adoption. Thus, it does not get enough resources to, become a powerhouse like Windows, right? So it doesn't get as much adoption because it's not, there's not a big community behind it. It's kind of an endless loop in a way. But with all the stuff that Microsoft is doing, it's boosting them up. So maybe something good will happen. We'll see. Yeah, but I'll have to dual boot Photoshop and such. Right, yeah. In those, if you're using that, then yeah, I guess you can't escape that. For me, it's less a case of software. Most of the software I use for work is available on Linux fairly easily. For me, it's more a question of games. Some games that I really enjoy playing are not officially out on Linux, and it's kind of iffy. Yeah. You could try running Photoshop with Wine or even Steam's Proton, but it'd probably be a headache you don't have time for. I know there's other options, but after 20 years of Photoshop, it's hard to let go. I mean, that's totally valid. If you want to keep using Photoshop, who am I to say otherwise? Don't feel bad because of it. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's totes okay. Okay, let's turn that off. We don't need that anymore. That's just for testing. Okay, what I need to do now is draw that bit, which I haven't yet, but I need to do that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to move on the renderer. I haven't touched the renderer in so long. It's going to be a thing. Okay, let's see here. This is it. Okay. Render location. Render terrain. Yeah, I need to set this up a little bit, but we should be okay. Just a matter of figuring out where to do this because I haven't touched this part of the code in a while. I want to gush briefly about Steam Proton. I've been playing Windows exclusive games for several years now and never had any problems. That's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. I have to test it out. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I believe it doesn't work. I believe, for example, Honkai, which is the one I play the most. I believe that one doesn't work because of the whole, because it's an online game and it has some sort of checks that Linux doesn't quite enable, but yeah, all the Onkais are not able to be played, sadly. Which is a bit of a shame. If Honkai was able to be played on Linux, I would have switched yesterday. It's not even funny. I would have switched a long, long time ago. Oh, also, ads are starting fairly soon, in about 10-ish seconds. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back. And then I'll go over Discord because there's Fire told me he posted something on there about Spicy Lara, which I have to check. If it's Spicy Lara, I have to check it. And also next, he posted art there. So yeah, I'll have a look at that and then I'll continue working on this. Yeah. And hopefully I'll get some visuals for areas today. All right, ads have started. I'll take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you in a bit. See you after the ads. Hello, everybody. I am back. Sorry about that. All right. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Let me just catch up with chat and then I'll finally go over Discord. Let me just put something on the screen. There you go. While I'm reading all of that. There. That should be okay. Let's see. Okay, here are the ads. Okay, I believe this is, yeah. Okay, this was the last one I read, Kago's message. I had to look around Proton on my deck. Yeah, I mean, if most games work on Linux nowadays, by default, you know, most game developers make Linux builds, which is pretty good. I'm glad they're doing that. I hope they keep doing that going forward. Kernel level anti-cheese is a pain in the ass. It is. It definitely is. It's a whole issue. I'd be here all day if I just kept talking about it. Oh yeah, any games with anti-cheat, you should be careful. At best, it might not run. At worst, they might recognize Proton as a cheat and ban you. That's my biggest fear. Yeah, that's why I haven't made the switch, as it were. If a game requires anti-cheat, it is too competitive, and I will not be interested anyway. Not exactly. For example, the game I'm playing, Honkai Star Rail, it's not exactly competitive, but it does have a bit of anti-cheat on it. Yeah. I genuinely can't swap. Riot has Vanguard. Oh man, Vanguard. I mean, anti-cheats by themselves are a bit iffy, right? But Vanguard is a whole other thing. Thing is, it might not even be online and competitive and have the BS anti-cheat. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, mostly. Genshin has kernel level. I used to use Windows in a VM and couldn't install. Right, yeah. League of Legends, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, just to name a few. Yeah, some of them just do not allow you. It's bad. It's real bad, yeah. I'm going to use the ads to shower. Be right back. No problem at all. No problem at all. Have a nice shower. I mean, you probably are already having or have finished your shower, but yeah. I think you just use anti-cheat and gacha games to make sure people don't modify their game to have the characters. Yeah, that's most often it. Not that I condone it. No, I'm not here to condone it. I like the game, but I'm not going to defend that. Not at all. Sucks, don't it? I love League, man. I can't part. Oh, because networking is hard and it's easier to police the user than write good server-side anti-cheat. Yeah, it's pretty bad, all things considered. I don't like it. I mean, I draw my line at stuff like Riot's Vanguard. Because I can understand you running something while the game is being played so that you can protect your game, so to speak. But Riot Vanguard is a whole other level. It is just there 24/7. You can't turn it off. It's when the game is being played. It's there when the game is not being played. It's just everywhere all at once. You can't get rid of it. If you disable Riot Vanguard, you have to reboot to play the game, which is insane. It's an insane thing to do. I can kind of understand you. Okay, you run a bit of anti-cheat while the game is running, right? I can kind of get it, right? Having something that is there 24/7 just feels insane to me. Have you seen the Riot League client? Shit's diabolical. They did mention they were making a new one, right? I don't play League anymore, but I have been keeping up with what they're doing. They did mention in their last video that they're making a new client apparently. Cool. That's cool. Not in a while, no. I could 100% read a 150-page book in a year when just reading while downloading it or having issues. Right. Yeah. And I do not mean server problems, just issues on my front because I don't know. Booting the League client also boots the Riot client, and both of them boot a crash handler by default. That's just fantastic. I love that. I've looked into whether Riot's public APIs allow a custom client. Alas, they do not. No, I mean, there were, if I remember correctly, there was this project that was kind of like an alternative to Riot's client, and they shut that down fairly quickly. Woof, that's intense. Smells like trying to solve the symptoms of a problem rather than the problem itself by stacking more tech down on top. I mean, if you're booting League, then you're at fault. Let's just keep it at that. Yeah, I guess. League is different from its community. Game is good. Everything else around maybe not so good. I mean, yeah. I'd say that's a fair assessment of it. League is the only game I've never ever played that taught me a slur. No, I won't say which one. All right. But that tracks. That tracks. Rocket League's the same. The community's toxic, even on casual matchmaking. It's insane. I don't know what happens with those kinds of games that people just fly off the handle. I don't understand. My distaste for League is 100% the community. The game seems fine, and I'd probably love it with a group of friends or even just normal adults to play with. Yeah, but even the problem with that is that it's PvP, right? So even if you get together with a group of friends, there's always the other side. You can't run away from the toxicity. Sure, you can run away from the toxicity on your own side, but there's the other side. The other side can easily be as toxic, which, kind of, yeah. I'd love to know what the factors for the difference between communities like Rocket League and League of Legends versus Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, it's weird. Though, it is anecdotal evidence, I suppose. But I have picked up a few people in Final Fantasy XIV who were extremely, off-putting. But it is true that it hasn't been that many. I don't know what they're doing, but they're certainly doing it better than the other ones. I used to play Counter-Strike, and it has a similar issue. Fun game, but my teammates screaming every match, killed by interest. Yeah, it totally it takes you off the game. For sure. What is this? Top 10 most toxic gaming communities? Oh boy. I'm just going to put the top 10 here. What is this game? I'm just kidding. League of Legends being in 9th place is a choice. I never played Dota, so I don't know. Never played World of Warcraft either. Never played. Well, technically not true. I played it for like 2 matches when it came out and then just didn't play it anymore. But I didn't catch the whole vague of toxicity back then because it was just the very beginning of the game. So yeah. Never played. Played a little bit. Wait, how can you be toxic in Hearthstone? Isn't Hearthstone the one where you can only communicate by predetermined messages from your characters? Am I thinking that wrong? It's the card game from Blizzard, right? Hearthstone? What? Oh, it doesn't provide further explanation. Okay, cool. Interesting. Rocket League on 3rd, not surprised. Group of friends versus your parents in League versus our parents. Hey, I mean, could be. It is the internet. I assume that there will be sweaty tryhards that get way too angry over a game. Yeah. But it's so weird to me. But the number of them is what's wild. Exactly. Yeah. Oversalt. Overwatch number 1. Deadlock not even on the list. I'm assuming that since Overwatch is number 1, that list is fairly old. No, wait a minute. This was published a year ago. Was Overwatch even a thing a year ago? Because Overwatch has fallen quite heavily, right? I played a lot of Overwatch when it came out. But I believe it dropped numbers like flies. They were dropping like flies. At least if I remember that correctly. I like how the fighting community shows up as is, not even mentioning individual games. Because, it's just a type. It's a type of game. So, Most fighting games don't even have chat. Yeah, so I'm assuming that toxicity comes from community spaces. Hmm? Oh, X3M Linux, welcome in. Thank you so much for the lurk. Welcome in, welcome in. But to be honest, if they did, it'd get toxic. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I have no. I trust that. I don't believe for a second that it wouldn't be toxic. Yeah. There was a huge deal about Overwatch 2 and it basically being the same game. It still got dedicated fans, but nowhere near as popular. Yeah, they had this whole bit where they tried to make the jump to Overwatch 2, and then people just. Because if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but Overwatch no longer exists, right? There is only Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 is no longer a thing. Fighting game communities are toxic to introducing the games to new players. There's that too, yeah. I just realized fighting games probably don't have mid-match chat because it gets so toxic. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kind of like invite a friend to your house, beat the living shit out of him instead of ease him in. Yeah, I mean, how else will they learn, right? Find a friend who plays fighting games and is actually willing to go easy on anyone. I'll wait. I mean, to be fair, I do know a few people who run a fighting game community and they're pretty chill, right? But I'm not sure if they're the, what's the word? If they're the exception. Because it's different. In this case, it's something that is physical, right? People are there next to each other. So I'm assuming that that makes it a bit more cordial. Hiya, Sorcerer. Welcome, welcome. Great name, by the way. Love the name. Maybe no RNG 1v1 is just like that. I don't know. I refuse to install BattleNet to find out. Fair. I still have BattleNet because I still have this, let's call it, toxic relationship with Diablo. I love Diablo, but I refuse to buy Diablo 4 because I played it for free weekends and I don't like it very much. So every time Diablo 4 goes on a free weekend, I just go there to reevaluate. And every time I went and played for a little bit, the game is okay, but it's not all it's cracked up to be. I very much prefer Diablo 2 or 3. Diablo 4 is a bit it's complicated. It's a complicated relationship. But yeah, every time there's a free weekend on Diablo 4, I like going in there to see how it's progressed over time. I would perfect KO anyone that walked in my house on Tekken 3. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, I mean, you gotta keep your status, right? You can't, those upstarts can't, they're not getting any crumbs from you. I won't lie, I showed Guilty Gear Strive to my little cousins, and I didn't teach them how to block sweeps. Why would you, Let them figure it out. Winner keeps the stick that... Winner keeps the stick was so toxic of us as kids, for real. Great name yourself. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Sorcerer. Welcome. D4 feels so bland. I feel bad saying it because my friend works on it now. It's. I mean, having someone working there, doesn't diminish their work specifically. It's just that overall the game is just. There's. I've played quite a bit of Diablo 4, even though I don't own it, right? With the free weekends and all. And to this day, I still don't. It's just. It's so weird. Diablo 4 is so weird. I don't know exactly. I would need some time to process and to give you a coherent explanation as to why, but it's not on the level of Diablo 2 and 3. Even 1. I like Diablo 1. Diablo 1 was cool. Diablo 1 scared the crap out of me. Ha ha ha. Fresh meat. Yeah, that will live forever in my nightmares. Thank you. Zaju, welcome, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. We can jump in together and complain as we still play it anyway. No, yeah, that's the thing. Usually, what I usually do is I just take the free weekends to just fumble around and see if the game has, improved in any way. But yeah, it's still a bit weird. I played the last free weekend was a few months ago now. I played for a little bit, and yeah, this is okay, but it's not all that okay. It's there. It exists, I guess. There's not much to say about it. Compare and contrast, for example. That's the thing. That's why I need some time to figure that out, because I've played, for example, Path of Exile 2's free weekends as well. I usually, when Path of Exile 2 has free weekends, I also go there just to check how the game is. And it just feels different. The games are fundamentally the same thing, even though they're not, right? There's a few differences. But I don't know, Path of Exile 2 just seems more grounded. I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like Path of Exile 2 is in a much better shape than Diablo 4 ever was. It's weird. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed my time with Path of Exile 2. And every time I played Diablo 4, I came out of it thinking, whereas Path of Exile 2, it captivates me. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what it is, but it just feels more grounded. Like, I guess, I don't know. Hiya, Flair. Welcome, welcome. What game are we improving? Not exactly improving. We were just talking about Diablo and Overwatch and other Blizzard games. Perhaps competitive games would be more cordial if there's an aspect where players are incentivized to teach less skilled opponents. I guess, yeah. Like chess in person will usually have the better player give encouraging advice on what to work on. Exactly, yeah. But online, it's just note the L in next game. It's very detached, yeah. You are not incentivized to see your enemy or your teammates as human. That's the problem with most online things, I guess. It's just that people abstract whoever is on the other side as just a thing. It's not even human. You can berate it as much as you want. You can say whatever you want. It's complicated. There's a whole layer of abstraction there. Okay, with that said, Fire, are you there? And Nex, are you there? Because I was going to look up through Discord now. If y'all are available. If not, then I don't know. We'll just have to go one by one. I'll have to go real soon, Badusha. If you can take a lookie now, I can always share the final version later. No. I'm going to take a look at it now then. It's totally fine. Let's see. She's very cute. Yes. Look at it. She is so cute. Oh my God. This is Nex's character, Evelyn. Or one of the characters in Nex's game, Evelyn. And she's so cute. Look at that. Yes, I love it. I can't wait to see this painted. The Book Code and Other Laws of Cyberspace by Larry Lessig might actually be a good read from the game design perspective. Yeah, for sure. What is happening? We were just showcasing Nex's current work in progress art. And it's very cute. It's super cute. See Nex's things first? We'll do, yeah. But I'll check on what you posted after this. I don't trust her. How dare you, actually. Two things about chess. One is that it's competitive, but intentionally slower and cerebral versus something like League. Two, it's been around so much longer. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, that's true too. That's adorbs, isn't it? It's so cute. I love it so much. Yes, I can't wait to see this painted. It's gonna look even better. You don't trust anyone, it seems. Yeah. The face of evil in conspiracy. She's conspiring with Nana. Possibly. But Nana is best girl, so, it's okay to conspire with her, but not against her. You don't want to conspire against Nana, because then Nana will kick your ass. All right, let's see what Fire posted. Huh. What the? You weren't kidding. It's a spicy Lara thing. Huh. First look at Sophie Turner as Lara Croft in live-action Tomb Raider series. Wait, coming soon to Prime Video. What? I thought it was a movie. Is it a series? I mean, it could also be a movie and be in Prime Video, but what? I'm glad to know that it matches Jay's expectation. Yeah. I mean, I dig it. I guess, I mean, seeing it like this, it's fine, right? Got to see it in motion. I think seeing it in motion is going to be what sells me on it or not. But, as it stands, she looks fine. Yeah. Prime Video. Can't wait to see the empty underground parking lot they shoot in for the tomb scenes. Oh God, please don't say that. That would make me so sad. But yeah, she looks cool. I mean, yeah, it's Lara, It's fine. It feels weird, but not horrible. I mean, I guess it's just the fact that we're not used to it. I guess that's it. But, as it stands, I like it, It's okay. But what's going to sell me in on it is the action scenes, I think. Because, yeah, as it stands, looks fine. She looks great, Now it's a matter of seeing it in action. Lacks triangle boobs. True. No, but she's looking good. No, I'm serious. Yeah, she looks great, He even has the iconic glasses, which I very much enjoy. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, and most of the other stuff seems like fine, She's got the holster. She's got, yeah, she's good. She's, yeah, I like it. I'd like to see more of the braid. I'd like to see the braid. But yeah, in this angle, you can kind of see it here. It has a bit here, but you don't see everything, which is a bit sad. I'd like to see the whole braid. But yeah, I mean, as it stands, yeah, I dig it. There will be a 10-minute scene where she tries to rotate to the correct angle to shoot wolves. True. They better have that. Otherwise, it's not going to be true to life. And I will be very sad. Where are you zooming? I'm just looking at the outfit, I was just checking, the holsters and everything. Yeah, it looks good. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This kind of concerns me, though. Prime Video, it's not even a movie? I thought it was supposed to be a movie. As in a Hollywood blockbuster movie. But it's a series. Yeah, it says so right here. Live action Tomb Raider series. Okay. I'll reserve judgment until I see it. Yeah, I guess that's the best thing to do. I'm not gonna judge it until I see it. But all right. Maybe it's good. I'm gonna keep positive. Maybe it's gonna be cool. Maybe it's gonna be great. That'd be cool. to actually have some new life breathed into Tomb Raider as a franchise, that would kind of revitalize it, especially if they managed to make this Lara kind of like more like the classic one, less like the reboot one, because I don't much enjoy that Lara all that much. Close your eyes, chat. Close your eyes. Do not look. Hands for holding? Disgraceful. The movie ends when they hit quick save after she jumps off a cliff. True. And you either break your neck and you never see her again. She just jumps into a dark hole. I also thought it was a theatrical movie. Yeah, that was the impression I had, but turns out no, it's a series. Honestly, a series could let them explore the mystery and supernatural plots better than a movie. That is true. That is true. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Reboot Lara confused me. She acted terrified, but was a killing machine. I have many thoughts about the reboot Lara. I would be here forever if I enunciated all of them, but I do really hope that they lean more into classic Lara. And given this getup, I am fairly optimistic that that's going to be the case. We will see. I hope. I have a faint hope in my heart. Next looks respectfully. Are you looking respectfully at these hands that are used for holding? Other hands? I'm watching you. I'm watching you, chat. It is a TV show. The showrunner is Phoebe Walker-Bridge, author of Fleabag. I don't recognize Fleabag. Is that another series? I haven't seen this. Oh, but apparently it's very highly rated. All right. Good. That's good. All right. It was also an adaptation, apparently. Series adapted from the award-winning play about a young woman trying to cope with a life in London whilst coming to terms with a recent tragedy. All right. I mean, I'm down. I see it. You know what? This actress's Lara is growing on me. I like it. As a whole thing, I very much like it. Yeah, it's I dig it. It's not what I would have imagined, but maybe she'll do well. I hope so, yeah. Lara Stark. I mean, yeah, that was one of the first things when Pool Boy is a huge Game of Thrones aficionado. He likes Game of Thrones quite a bit. At least the beginning seasons. He's watched them for quite a few times. When I told him that, oh man, what's the name of the actress? I keep forgetting. Damn it. I'm going to have to look because I keep forgetting. Sophie Turner. That's it. Sorry. I keep forgetting. Yeah. When I told him that Sophie Turner was going to be Lara, he was like, what? Sansa Stark is going to be Lara? That is so weird. But yeah, I see her as Lara here. I don't see Sansa, I look at her and I see Lara, which is pretty good. Yeah. It's very highly rated. I've never watched it. Ah, right. I haven't watched it either, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that it's a good adaptation as well. We'll see. Gotta go, Madusha. Thanks for the stream and for taking a lookie. Absolutely. Coup tomorrow, chat. Coup tomorrow next. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Sounds like Sophie Turner. Right. Exactly. It's Sophie Turner. But yeah, I dig it. I think it looks cool. But yeah, what's the word for it? My final say will be when I actually see the thing in action. Because as a picture, right, it's good. I like it. I really like it. But yeah, I think only in action we will be able to make a fair judgment out of the whole thing. But I am hopeful, if they went through all this work to make her look this kind of authentic for the role, kinda. Yeah, I'm hopeful that it'll be okay. That it'll be cool. YY Neko, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. But yeah, I dig it. I dig it quite a bit. Me likey. I'd have loved Karen Gillian personally. Jillian, Karen Gillian. I don't know who that is. Karen Gillian. I mean, I might know, but I'm not associating the name with the person. I don't think I've seen her. She was in Guardians of the Galaxy, apparently. Wait, I've seen a few of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but I don't remember her. Oh, she was oh man, I keep forgetting. It's she's the sister. Damn it. You know what the worst part of it is? I don't even remember the name of the character in Guardians of the Galaxy. All I can remember is that she played Uhura. So I was gonna say she's Uhura's sister, but it's not Uhura. She is Uhura in Star Trek. But what is her name in Guardians of the Galaxy? Oh my god. It's bad. It's bad, y'all. I am pretty down bad. Okay, there it is. Nebula, adoptive sister. Gamora, that's it. Gamora's adoptive sister, Nebula. There you go. Okay, so this is Nebula. Right, got it. And it's Gamora, not Uhura. It's not the same thing. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Yeah. My mind just went places with that one. It just flew away. Jack McSlay, welcome in. And thank you for the 7 stream streak. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Yeah. I would have been a better Lara. I don't doubt it for a second. Yeah. She is Nebula in the MCU. Right, exactly. She's Nebula. I'd have to I don't remember because it's been a while since I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, but I did enjoy the two sisters and their dynamic, yeah. But they didn't offer me enough money. Shameful. They should have seen they had a winning entry, but they didn't. More loss for them. She's from Doctor Who and played Nova in Guardians. Nebula, not Nova. Ah, okay, gotcha. She was also part of Jumanji. Was she in Jumanji? Was that her? What? Yeah, I mean, I've only seen her as this. So she was. No, because I was. Yeah, I'm looking at her face. Yeah, it's her. What? Okay, that makes sense. There she is. Holy crap. I didn't even connect that they were both the same actress, you know? The Nebula, for me, I didn't even connect that they were the same person. I watched both movies and I didn't even realize that they were the same actress. Incredible. But makes sense, yeah. She's the sister to Gamora. Right, exactly. Zoe Saldana's character. Yeah, but I remembered, my mind went a few places, okay? Because Zoe Saldana also played Uhura in the latest Star Treks, right? That is her, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, there she is. And I was just connecting the actresses, and my mind just flew in a bajillion different directions. Yeah, this is Zoe Saldana as Uhura from Star Trek, and I was just wildly making connections between movies based just on actresses alone. Fantastic. That's great. Yeah. Oh, the rock. Yeah. Not the guy. There was a rock in the sand. There were a lot of rocks in that sand, to be fair. Yeah. Maybe not full rocks, but there were once rocks. I think. It is her. Yeah. But that was the thing. I was trying to say the sister of, well, it was Gamora, right? But my mind just fetched another role from the same actress. So I was going to say the sister from Uhura. So, okay, never mind. Just my mind is in shambles, okay? It is a bottomless pit of just meaningless information. So, there's that. Oh man, incredible. My mind just went to all the places. Okay. I finally reached the end of chat and I've seen everything that there was to check on Discord. I am going to try and have this corner right here, this area, be rendered to the screen, basically. I want to see that the area exists. And hopefully this will be layered correctly, because there is this pathing thing that I did for combat. I'm going to try to reutilize that layer for areas. Eventually I'll create a layer just for areas themselves, right? But for now I'll just use the pathing area, the pathing layer, just to see if it works. Let's see if it functions. But I have to reacquaint myself with the layering system, because I haven't touched this in forever. So that's going to be a thing. It's a Joidopedia. Exactly. The connections in my mind just went all over the place. Okay, I think it's this, right? I did open this. Render for region. Yeah. So here, let's see. I have the tile map here. Render all. Where do I... That's the thing. I don't remember exactly where these are used. I guess I'll just... Because this is only used in combat. So it's not this one. Yeah, this whole thing, I remember that this thing needed a bit of a revamp. Because there were some inconsistencies here that I did, but I never got down to them. No. This is only used in combat. Okay, I'm going to have to check because I don't remember. Let me pin this. Pin that, if you please. Get me state location. Okay. Render region. Here we are. Let's see. Where are you used? What? Render chunks. It's always render chunks, apparently. It's all the different kinds of render chunks that I got. Because I believe this is more, there's more than one. Oh, no, there's just one. Okay. It's this one. Okay. I'm going to add a line here. And we'll see. Let's see. What does this do? I'll set render data. Right. I do remember, but the location is a bit different, isn't it? Yeah. Let me check something. On combat, how do I tell it to render a path? That's what I need to do. I need to remember, how do I use this to render a path? And by doing that, I should be... here. Don't I do that? Path. Because when I click on something... Yes. Okay. Reset movement. Ah, okay. Clear attack options. Clear. So I do. Yeah, here we go. Ah, there's a thing here. Render for pathing. Oh. I actually created a class for this. Is this used anywhere else? I have one for Overworld. What does this do exactly? Render for path. Okay. Okay. Fair. Fair. Okay. I'll do a version of this. I'll create a class just to render the area and I'll just chuck that in. And we'll see how that goes. All right, let's do a copy of this. Let's call this render area. Oh, this is a bad place for a class. It needs to have another name. Let's call it render for designations. That's it. Because areas are designations, basically. That's the, yeah, okay. Render designations. Okay. Give me just a minute, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back now. I'm going to Jay, chat, take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Fire. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're still here. If you're not, I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we don't need this. We don't need this either. I don't think. Possibly. Maybe. Render path. Okay. We're going to do this. Clear position. Tile map pathing. Oh, but wait a minute. Because pathing is a layer. It has a whole layer for pathing. Well, we're gonna reuse pathing and then we'll just do that, I guess. Okay, do I need this? What is this used for? This is what I feed into the renderer, isn't it? Yeah, I believe this is what I feed directly into the renderer. Maybe? Here we go. Yeah. Right. Because pathing has this whole thing. I don't need this for what I'm gonna do for the designations bit, so we don't need that. Okay. You, on the other hand, I will need to create. Duplicate. Okay. Clear position. I mean, I'm not going to need all of this. What I want, on the other hand, is to I don't want to give you a path per se. Although I do have a list of positions, I think. Let me check real quick. I really need to stop calling this area. This should not be area. I need to call this a different thing. This needs, because area is a different concept within the game. So this is going to be very confusing if I keep doing this. Oh, okay. Ads are starting in a 50-ish seconds. Okay. I will take a quick break once the ads are playing, and then I'll come back. But yeah, okay. I do have a list of vector with positions. Okay, that's fine. So here, instead of path, we're gonna call this positions. Did I? Oh, I mistyped it. This is supposed to be No, wait, this is correct. Wait, one of them is incorrect. I just realized. You are incorrect, sir. Designations. But I have an extra N here. Designations. No. Okay. Given that, I just add that. Yes. Okay, that's fair. Oh, okay, ads are playing. Okay, I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will be back after the ads are over. So I will see you in a bit. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Alrighty. Let me just see. Part of the song sounds like when the flood attack in Halo 2. I mean, you know. It's not, but, you know, there might be similarities. All right. I want to... am I doing this for anything else? Let's do designation. Yeah. Ignore empty terrains as false. Bloody blah. Cool. So all I need to do now is call this from somewhere. Say, for example, here. Oh, no, wait, this is the overworld. No, I want the other one. I want the location. 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 Render a region. Do I have other renders here? I don't think I do, but let's make it another one. Okay. Private, read only, render designations. So render designations. Okay. Let's just add that here. There. Now, all I need to do is wherever I use this, I need to use this one as well. So whenever I render anything, yeah, whenever I render this, render, but I need to do this another way. Which is not going to be fantastic, but context session manager entities get all. Do I have an entity lookup? I do. Perfect. Do I clear this? I should, given the name, but let me just make sure. I do. Okay, cool. And now, for each in entity data lookup, I don't use this in the rest of the thing. Okay, I don't. Cool. So for each area, or let's call it designation. Let's start calling it designation instead, because I need a better name for it, but designation component get out area component area. So positions. And that's it. So all I need to do is copy this code all over. Let's just extract this, render all areas This is not supposed to be like this. This is not intended to function like this, but we're just going to do it anyway like this. Easier that way. But first of all, I do clear this, don't I? Oh, I don't, actually. I probably should. I'm not going to do that right now, but let's see if this works. Hopefully, yes. Let's see. There it is. Let's go. Oh, heck yeah. There it is. Let's add stuff to it. Yes. Okay. It's not perfect because these resource piles are kind of offset, but that's just a rendering problem. But this is great. This is perfect. Yes. This is great. I can just, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. I guess the next thing to do would be to be able to let the player just designate an area, or rather, be able to just click this and expand on this area, right? That would be the kicker. But so far, so good. I like it. Yeah. I'm just going to try to add a few more positions to that just to see, because that looks nice and I like it. Let's see. What happens if I add a few more stuff to that? Here it is. Let's just add a few more positions here. Let's do 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3. And by doing that, when I play it again, I should have a bigger area. And I do. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Okay, this is fairly exciting. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to tackle here. There's still a few things to fix. But all in all, yeah, I'm up for this. This looking pretty neat. I dig it. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Did they fill it up? Let me put up some resources here. Just pass a few days or something. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah. It's filled with resources now. That's great. That's great. You know what? That'll do. That'll do. Yeah, it's all full. There is no more space for anything else. So they just stopped. Yeah. They just stopped what they were doing. That's pretty neat. Okay. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it quite a bit. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I'll try to, it's going to take me a while, but I kind of want to have the player be able to add to a certain thing. Right now, I am not going to make a distinction because you should be able to create new areas. Let me think. Because there are two things that can happen. Well, there's more, but the two major things that can happen here. Either I create an area where nothing exists and it just creates a new area, or I can add to an existing area. So if whatever I'm designating, let me think, because there are two ways to solve this. I could either just create an area here and just designate all of this. If it doesn't start inside of an already existing area, then I use that as a new area. That becomes a new area that overlaps this one. If it starts inside the area, if it starts inside of this, that means I'm adding to it. So all the positions that I drag, those become part of that area that I started the click on. Sounds fairly feasible. But okay, yeah, I like it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let me do 0, 1, 2, 3. Then 0, 1. So that gives me a bigger square, basically. Gonna have to run it again. But yeah, this is looking quite nice. I like it. I like it. Yeah, there we go. Now there's a bigger square. I need to have a way for checking what can I do with this area, which I don't have yet, but that should go in the future, right? At some point, I should be able to just click this area right here and it should give me options to, make changes to it. But all in all, it's looking good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to add more people working just because I can. And then the others can carry stuff over. Stone, wood. Oh, didn't I set up anyone as a herb gatherer? No, wait, there are 2 gatherers. Oh, but they're too far from the herbs to do that. I'm guessing that's what it is. And now that there are these piles, yeah, I'm assuming that that's what's happening. They're just not. Wait, something happened. What's going on here? Oh, this is happening again. I need to fix this, actually. Yeah, I need to fix this. Maybe I'll do that. Instead of trying to add new stuff, I'll fix this bit first. Because this one's fairly important. This problem, I need to get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah. Need to fix that, actually. Because it's here, right? This is for the reservation application. But do I? I do have a thing for quantity reserved. But this is it. Nope. That's the wrong bit. It's not the quantity total. It's the quantity that's reserved. Yep. I think that alone fixes it. I'm going to comment this just in case. But yeah. It's because reservations can be positive or negative, right? I could reserve space for what I'm doing to something, right? So this reservation is not just a positive thing. It needs to be positive and negative, which is not what's happening. That's where the problem lies. I'm gonna just commit real quick. And then I'm going to fix that problem. I'm going to make this a bit more fine-tuned. Let's just commit this. Okay, let's do the reservations thing. So right now, these reservations are entirely negative, but I want them to also be positive. What that means is if I have a reservation that is negative, that means that I'm taking away from this pile at the end of the turn. But if I have a positive reservation, that means I'm storing at the end of the turn. I'm storing that resource at the end of the turn, right? But that is not what's happening right now. So I need to, be careful with that. Okay. Reservations, that's fine. That's fine too. Let's see. Get quantity available. It's the quantity that is there right now minus the reservations. Okay. Cool. That's fine. Right. So this is what it should be. So it's my capacity. It's not exactly that. Plus, this means that this is no longer a plus. This is no longer a minus. It needs to be a plus. We're adding to our reservations because reservations can be positive. We can't just take them away. So this needs to be positive. So this is the quantity available. This is going to be quantity at the end of the turn, basically. Okay. So as for reserved, that's just a sum in the reservations. That's fine. Now, storable quantity is going to be this. It needs to be capacity minus what at the end of the day is going to be there. So it's not just reserved. It needs to be the quantity available. And this needs to be plus, I think. No, this needs to be minus. Yeah, capacity minus the quantity that is available in the pile. Fair. Now, when you apply the reservation, you don't necessarily extract from it. You could also add to it. It depends on the quantity that you're putting. You can take or put in there. So I'm going to, when I reserve, let's see. I have to make two things here. So if quantity is less than 0, that means that we're taken away. And if it's more than is available, then you can't. Also, if your quantity is greater than 0, and your quantity is greater than the storable quantity of that pile, then you also can't do it. For everything else, if everything is within the parameters. Oh, also, yes, because this is less than 0, I need to do this. I need to make the quantity absolute. It needs to be always positive to make these checks. Okay. Pretty good. Okay. So unreserved basically just removes that entity from the reservations. Wait, what is this? What? Why am I not using this one? Oh, this also returns. Cool. That's good. Hiya, Jumbotron Prime. Welcome in, welcome in. Hiya, welcome, welcome. You could just use minus quantity since you're already confirming it's negative. That's true. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. I don't need to do all this stuff. Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. I'll just, yeah, this is a better way to do it, I suppose. Okay, so I remove the reservation and I add the reservation here. That's fine, I think. I think this is it. I just need to change this a little bit. And also, there's the whole extract thing. So when I apply a reservation, it depends on what I'm going to do. So if the quantity reserve is greater than 0, that means we're taken away. So we do this. If not, then oh, that's right. I apply it. Wait a minute. Where am I using this? Because I'm always assuming that I'm taking it. I'm taking it from them. Ooh, this is tricky. Hold on. What do I return if I'm putting stuff in there instead? I don't. I guess I can just return. Tricky, tricky, very tricky. What would be a good way to overcome this? This is not exactly. Let's see. I don't. I mean, I could add it there. What do I use this for? To put it on the inventory directly. That's what I use it for. Hmm. Yeah, because this is kind of different. Because I'm going to have to do the same for the other bit. When I remove it, when I put it in, because I'm not doing that right now, but I should. I'm just reserving the entity itself. I'm not reserving at the storage, which I need to. That's the whole point. But when I do that, there is no easy way out of this one, actually. Because when I'm adding to it, well, when I'm adding to it, it needs to come from somewhere. when I'm adding to it, it needs to come from somewhere. So maybe I don't give it this. Maybe I just, it doesn't allow me to be a negative quantity. And if I was going to do what I wanted to do, I would have to bypass that. I would have to basically make it not that way anymore. Unless I create something different to store. Resource changes. But it would just be this at the end of the day. It would literally just be this, but with a different name. So maybe I should just use this one instead. At the end of the day, let me just look at something. It's just used here, isn't it? But this is deprecated anyway. I'm just using this because I need it in the inventory. Yeah, it's between inventory and now. Between everything else. It's used here, the component, inventory, and most of this other stuff, it's all deprecated at this point. Most of this is going to get deleted. So I don't even need this. I should just delete this actually. Okay, I just committed, so let's make a few changes. Let's make quantity be able to be anything. It can be positive, it can be negative, it can be whatever. Now, when you add to this, and when you extract from it, that's not it at all. This kind of logic shouldn't even be here. It should be here. Resource storage data. Well, it can be. Sure, it can be. Because it can be the basis for everything. And I just only have to change one place for everything. That's fine. That's okay. But this extract thing, this shouldn't be here. Resource storage data is going to become just a transactional kind of class. It doesn't need to be checking for all of this stuff, and it's not going to. None of this is going to be here. None of it. We don't care. After all, we know what our storage is like. It's here. That's it. So when I return this, all I am doing Yep. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got how I'm going to go through with this. Okay. There is still going to be the extract and add. But I don't know if it should have all of this stuff here. Let's go at things one at a time. When I apply a reservation, I just need to give it information about what I've done. This happens here. So this reservations thing is no longer going to be an integer. It is going to be a resource storage data. It needs to be for this to function. There. This way, we don't even need to do this. At the end of it, we just return the reservation data. Because that's all it is. And what we do is our main storage data apply our reservation data. I don't do any of this. And our apply is going to be a little different. What this is going to do is just basically combine the two elements. It's basically like this. It's kind of like this add. Maybe I should just keep the add. And we don't need this extract anymore. What is this used in? Okay, let's not do apply. Let's keep the add. The add is fine. Because that's basically what it's doing. If the reservation data is negative, then just get that out. What we need to do is create a new resource storage data. For the reservation. With the original one, which is our resource storage data, and the quantity we want to extract out of it. Because I believe that's a thing that you can do. Right. So you keep information about what it has, including the quality of the items, yada, yada. This whole thing needs a bit of a redo, but that's fine. You keep all of that. And then you add this new reservation here. When you unreserve, you just remove that from here, from the reservations. So it never gets applied at any point. Also, yeah, this needs to be applied instead. Add is just not an apt name for it, I don't think. Given this, when I remove my reservation here, not here, where is it? Here. I apply my reservation to my origin, but when I get there, I extract the resource from my inventory. So what I'm doing here is resource storage data. This would be destination reservation. And this is going to be, do I have access to it or do I have to get it? Oh no, I'm getting it here. Okay, so I'll need to put this here. Apply the reservation of me. This is going to give me what I did, what I took, what I want to put there. I'm going to remove it from my inventory. Like this. And then I apply it. Not exactly in this order. This whole thing is just a bit of a mess right now, but I'll figure it out. What I need to do, I apply the reservation, and I apply it to inventory. That's all I need to do. So I do this, which is what I was doing here, basically. I do this. I apply the reservation, and then I take it out from inventory. That's it. That's all I need. But yeah, this is not a thing yet. So I'll need a way to figure this one out. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Inventory is no longer going to be this. Well, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. I don't have access to it. And here, besides reserving the thing itself, I need to reserve the storage. So this is going to be a whole thing, but we'll get to the end of it at some point. Try and reserve for me. All right, let me just snooze these for a little bit. There we go. Okay, I'm going to reserve this and the quantity. Oh, I'm already doing that here. Right. But I am going to reserve the positive value of this. So here I reserve negatively. Here I reserve positively. And that should be it. More or less. It's not going to work. I have this feeling that there's something here that I'm missing, but that's kind of what it's all about. Also, I'm doing this way too much. I need to die this down a little bit. Because I have to do that here too. If I cancel the action, I need to unreserve. Yeah. I'm keeping this here, so I probably should do that for the destination as well. Easier that way. And then I use that here. I should probably just... I could do that. instead of doing all of that. Inventory management is going to be tricky. It doesn't have to be. I can simplify this by quite a bit. And in both cases, I unreserve from the destination because it's never going to get there. Sounds good. Okay, I'm going to have to give it a think, and I'll fix this tomorrow. I might just need it. Yeah. I shouldn't need all of this. But yeah, I'll give it a more thorough cleanup tomorrow because this definitely is not up to snuff. Let's just say that. Because I should be saving this. Or rather, I don't need to specifically. But I probably should. Okay, I'll keep it like this. I'll have a think about it when I can. And yeah, I'll come back to this tomorrow and hopefully fix this whole thing. But yeah, at least I fixed a bunch of problems and it's all it's showing now, which is pretty good. That's pretty nice. So yeah, I'll leave it at that for today. And yeah, I'll just try to find someone to raid. Let's do that. Let's see. Probably should. Okay, there's a lot of people here. Yeah. I think I figured out what the problem was with the whole Twitch thing. I need to expand it, but to expand it, I can't have the sidebar minimized. If I have the sidebar minimized, it just doesn't work as well as it should, and I don't know why. Okay, let's find someone. Who haven't we rated recently? I'd like to rate someone we haven't rated recently. Who is that going to be? Ooh, I know who it's going to be. Yeah, yeah. Perfect. I know who it's going to be. I got it. Let us raid Mr. D-Boy, because he is currently doing some art, I am assuming, for his game, for the new patch. So yeah. Let's get on that. Oh man. Yeah, this whole thing, but I just got here. Oh, I'm so sorry, Zero G Scott. I'm so sorry. Yeah, sadly, it is getting a bit late, so I need to get dinner ready, and I have got other stuff to prepare. But yeah, so yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, there's always tomorrow. There's that too. Yeah. Not all that bad. I did manage to get this done today, so I'm kind of happy about that. The whole fact that you can see the whole area thing. I do need tomorrow, after I fix all the problems and whatever, life, true. But tomorrow I'll try to fix those bugs with, reservation of piles and stuff. And hopefully I'll start work on the tool right here, this button right here, that allows you to drag and add new areas to your game. So that's going to be fun. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's going to be it. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much, Yagi. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Now let's raid. Let's go.